Okay. Sorry about that. Hello everyone, welcome back to another Saturday art stream. Just doing commissions tonight, but I have quite a couple of videos planned this time around. Just an assortment of themed videos that I thought would be relevant and cool to watch / listen to while we get into this. Sorry, I'm a bit out of breath. I rushed in here. Ranging from the old internet to analyzing creepypasta and the questionable writing, making costumes, mall culture, the impact of horror in children's media, and much more. And at the end of the playlist, I have a bunch of animations that I think are neat that I wanted to share. But yeah, just give me a second. I have decided it's too hot in here, so turning the fan on. I have this in here and I'm tempted to play it, but I don't know. I feel like if I put on a 2-hour video, it's gonna take up too much time and we won't be able to get to the other stuff, because a lot of these other videos in here are like an hour and a half, an hour long, so we'll just keep it simple.
But just if this...
Wait. I clicked the wrong video.
So I read a lot of...
I'm sorry. Arrange the layout. That seems good.
So I read a lot of horror literature. It's like all I do when I'm not making videos. A lot of what I talk about on this channel is horror literature and why I think it's so amazing. As someone who grew up on internet horror, I think there's something so special about sitting down and reading a full-length novel about something scary. I love stretching my brain and learning to understand the way that any given author writes. I've read a ton of Clive Barker's work this year, and he's one of my absolute favorites now. His descriptions of horrific imagery are both beautiful and brutal while also being pretty easy to understand. He can make a giant possessed pig sound elegant and frightening. I love analyzing the prose of everything that I read. I think that a great author will make every single paragraph into its own little work of art. That's what I look for in great horror literature. So today I will be talking about Jeff the Killer. Yes, the famous creepypasta that has aged like spoiled milk. This story scared me so much when I first read it my freshman year of high school, and I have no idea why. I'm certainly not the first person to make a video about Jeff the Killer. Jenny Nicholson has my absolute favorite video on the story and just creepypasta in general. But I'm going to be going through this story with a fine-toothed comb today. Instead of simply pointing out the nonsensical story and bizarre character writing, I'll be looking at the actual writing itself. Just the way that the sentences are put together and how this story suffers from a problem that so many creepypastas fall into. When you think you have a really good idea on your hands, it can be very tempting to just write a story that beelines straight to the big reveal or the explosive ending. The issue is that there is a lot of character work and setup that should ideally come before that big reveal, and if you skimp out on all that stuff, the whole thing just ends up not working. So I'm going to be going through the story in excruciating detail and stopping whenever we hit a moment of weird writing. If you're looking for somebody just to read the story out to you straight with no pauses, then this would not be the video for you. I really want to explain what makes this story so weird but also so unbelievably funny to me now that I'm a little older and I can recognize some of the pitfalls of amateur writing. And I'm hoping that by discussing in finer detail some of the mistakes in the writing, any aspiring horror authors, especially some of my younger viewers, can learn a thing or two about how to put a good story together. This video is in no way intended to be mean-spirited or make fun of the original author. I'm sure they were pretty young when they wrote this, and it isn't their fault that it blew up as much as it did. If the stories that I wrote when I was in middle school or even early high school were on the internet, we would all be cringing and laughing at them. That's just the way it goes. But I also think it's important to understand why this story has the reputation that it has. There is a reason that it's memed on so much, and I want to explain why that is in greater detail. Again, I don't want this video to seem like I'm just being super negative. That's not my intention at all. This story is clearly a starting off point for a new author, and I have so much respect for anyone who puts their work out on the internet for everyone to see. It's an incredibly admirable thing to do, even if it's not your best work. I have old videos on this channel that suck, but I leave them up so I can remember where I started. And I'm sure I'll look back and cringe at this video a few years from now. Remember to subscribe if you haven't yet. I'm trying to hit 50,000 subs by the end of 2025. I talk about horror literature and internet horror on this channel, and would love to have you here in the community. But enough intro, let's get into my literary analysis of Jeff the Killer. So we have to address the picture. This story was written to go along with the picture. No one really knows where that image originally came from, but it came before this story. And I know that I am a 26-year-old man and that I've watched a ton of obscene and horrifying movies and TV shows and internet videos, but the picture still creeps me out. I'm not going to put it in this video because it legitimately scares me and I don't really know why. I can see that it's an obvious Photoshop job with like smears and everything. I can see that it looks edgy and like it's trying way too hard to be scary, but something in my brain can't stop sending me into survival mode when I see the picture. I stared at it for like 3 full minutes when I started writing this video to try to desensitize myself to it, and I just can't do it. If there's a cure for this irrational fear, then let me know. But moving past the picture, let's get into the first paragraph. We start with an excerpt from a local newspaper that says, "Ominous unknown killer is still at large." Now, I told you at the top of this video that I would be nitpicking and stopping a lot, so I have to point out that the word ominous sounds very out of place for this newspaper headline. It really feels like it should say infamous, and it's weird to describe an unknown killer as ominous because typically that word refers to something like ever present and looming over you. We then move into the article, which tells us about a young boy that survived one of the ominous unknown killer's attacks. We aren't told how old the boy is, which is a little strange. Throughout the entire story, the author will switch between being very vague and then overly descriptive. We'll talk about that a bit more when we get to Jeff's origin story. But we also have to address the strange way that this story is structured. We start with the account of Jeff attacking a young boy, and then we go back to his origin story. I think this entire thing would be a lot better if there was no origin story. I think the image is creepy enough that if we got like a series of freaky encounters with the killer, we would be set. Like, imagine a story that is structured in a way where a small town is being terrorized by a killer, and we hear all about the threatening and terrible things he has done to people in the town. We could establish him as a serious threat, like someone that can't be stopped or reasoned with. Then we could end with one of his victims managing to snap a picture of him. And that way we've given context to the image, which is something that we never really get in the story. I think that it could be pretty freaky, and that structure would suit the internet urban legend genre pretty well. Because I'm going to level with you. If you want to write a story about an unhinged killer that we should all be terrified of, you probably shouldn't start with that killer failing to kill a child. The only information that we have of Jeff is that he looks a little scary and that he's able to be successfully fended off by a literal kid who is probably around 9 or 10 years old. But let's look at the way this child is written. "I had a bad dream and I woke up in the middle of the night," says the boy. "I saw that for some reason the window was open, even though I remember it being closed before I went to bed. I got up and shut it once more. Afterwards, I simply crawled under my covers and tried to get back to sleep." Is it just me, or does this kid start talking weirdly formally, like out of nowhere? The first 2 sentences are fine, they sound normal. I would maybe have written the kid as like talking maybe a little bit more childlike, but the kid could be older and talk completely normal. But then he says that he got up and shut it once more. I don't use the term once more in my regular vocabulary unless I'm trying to be funny or being like overly formal. And all I can think of is Mal'Ganis in the Culling mission of the Human campaign of Warcraft 3. Now, that's a reference that like literally nobody who's watching this video will recognize, but I can only hear, "I live once more" when I think of that phrase. Then the kid says that, "I simply crawled under my covers and tried to get back to sleep." Again, maybe it's just a me thing, but the usage of the word "simply" sounds overly formal. That's when I had a strange feeling, like someone was watching me. I looked up and nearly jumped out of my bed. There, in the little ray of light, illuminating from behind my curtains, were a pair of 2 eyes. This is like the scene in Frankenstein where it describes the monster looking through the curtains, only this time it's Jeff the killer. Again, it sounds a little too formal, but then we get a great line. A pair of two eyes. Now, I recognize that this is supposed to be the eyewitness account of a child and that children make mistakes when speaking, but this child has already been established as some sort of fancy private school kid who speaks very formally. So I don't know if I can look past the redundancy of a pair of two eyes, unless Jeff the Killer has four eyes, but again, that image is burned into my mind and I can safely say that he doesn't. These weren't regular eyes, they were dark, ominous eyes. They were bordered in black and just plain out terrified me. That's when I saw his mouth. A long, horrendous smile that made every hair on my body stand up. Another use of the word ominous, but this time the context is more appropriate, but it feels out of place since it comes so soon after the first use of the word. Typically, authors will try to vary their descriptive language so as not to exhaust the use of one particular adjective. It's easy to overlook when you're reading, but it sticks out like a sore thumb when an author uses the same adjective in quick succession. This isn't a universal rule. There are stories that will use a particular descriptive word or phrase over and over again for dramatic effect. Edgar Allan Poe does this in his poems from time to time. But there isn't enough intent that we've been shown in the writing of Jeff the Killer to feel like the author is using a stylistic choice here. Also, I have another small gripe with that last paragraph. The kid says, "That's when I saw his mouth," but there is no reference or trigger that would make that phrasing seem natural. It should probably read, "And then I saw his mouth." The figure stood there, watching me. Finally, after what seemed like forever, he said it. A simple phrase, but said in a way only a madman could speak.
I got a random assortment of
"Go to
videos and
sleep."
animations
I let out a
tonight.
scream. That's what sent him at me. He pulled up a knife, aiming at my heart. He jumped on top of my bed. I fought him back. I kicked, I punched, I rolled around trying to knock him off of me. Another small nitpick, but he jumped on top of my bed makes it sound like he's standing on the bed, when the description of the struggle suggests that it should be worded, "He jumped on top of me." Also, I think the fact that Jeff supposedly aimed his knife at the kid's heart lends itself to the idea that whoever wrote this was younger. It's kind of an odd way to describe an attack. If a madman attacked a child in their bed and there was a struggle, you would expect the child to be cut up all over the place. That's pretty standard with any knife fight. I think it would be a lot more effective if Jeff started slashing wildly or maybe even stabbed the kid in like the leg in order to draw the whole thing out. That would fit his character more. Because we're going to find out later that Jeff is like an actually insane person. He isn't like cool or calculating, no matter how much teen romance
Ooh,
fan fiction
Yakuza
tries
Pirates.
to make him that way.
Very nice.
So I wish that insanity was reflected in the only encounter we get in the story where Jeff is a fully formed serial killer that is sneaking into houses and attacking strangers. That's when my dad busted in. The man threw the knife. It went into my dad's shoulder. The man probably would have finished him off if one of the neighbors hadn't alerted the police. Again, Jeff isn't really that threatening when the first thing we see him do is fail to kill a child and then throw a knife into his dad's shoulder. He couldn't even get him in the heart. Maybe Jeff just doesn't know where the heart is. He seems to be really bad at stabbing people in the heart. But this isn't the last time that Jeff will cause some shenanigans with someone's heart. They drove into the parking lot and ran towards the door. The man turned and ran down the hallway. I heard a smash, like glass breaking. As I came out of my room, I saw the window that was pointing towards the back of my house was broken. It's a little strange to specify that the smashing sound sounded like glass breaking, only to immediately follow that up with the back window being obviously smashed. Also, if this is a house, why are the police parking in the parking lot? Another nitpick, but I'm pretty sure the author meant driveway. I looked out it to see him vanish in the distance. Awkward phrasing again. I looked out it is weird. I can tell you one thing. I will never forget that face, those cold, evil eyes, and that psychotic smile. They will never leave my head. I probably don't need to mention this, but the punctuation is all over the place. So many commas in weird places, and then just semicolons all over the place as well. Police are still on the look for this man. If you see anyone that fits the description in this story, please contact your local police department. Maybe just slightly disrespectful to refer to a child's encounter with a serial killer that left his dad with a knife in his shoulder as a story, but maybe that's just me. Now we get to the bulk of the story, the origin of Jeff the Killer, and my script here says I'll try to move through this section a little faster, because when I wrote this section of the script, I thought this video would be a lot shorter than it was, so we're not going to move that much faster through the rest of the thing. It's going to be a lot of stopping and looking at some weird phrasing, because there's a lot of it coming up. Jeff and his family had moved into a new neighborhood. His dad had gotten a promotion at work, and they thought it would be best to live in one of those fancy neighborhoods. Jeff and his little brother Lou couldn't complain though. A new, better house. What was not to love? As they were getting unpacked, one of their neighbors came by. I actually have nothing to say about this paragraph. It's pretty standard and it sets the scene for the story pretty well, but also notice the lack of descriptive language going forward. "Hello," she said. "I'm Barbara. I live across the street from you. Well, I just wanted to introduce myself and introduce my son." She turns around and calls her son over. "Billy, these are our new neighbors." Billy said hi and ran back to play in his yard. More nitpicks here. Keeping a consistent tense is something that I personally struggle with when writing scripts and like recaps of stories. Barbara's mom said something and then she turns around and calls and then Billy said something again. Technically it's neater to have all those tenses agree with each other, but it's not really like a super strict hard and fast rule, just something to watch out for going forward. "Well," said Jeff's mom, "I'm Margaret, and this is my husband Peter and my two sons, Jeff and Lou." They introduced themselves, and Barbara invited them over to her son's birthday. Jeff and his brother were about to object when their mother said that they would love to. When Jeff and his family were done packing, Jeff went up to his room. "Mom, why would you invite us to some kid's party? If you haven't noticed, I'm not some dumb kid." I was going to critique the dialogue here, but as someone who used to work with middle schoolers, this is actually shockingly accurate. "Jeff," said his mother, "we just moved here. We should show that we want to spend time with our neighbors. Now, we're going to that party, and that's final." The whole party element of the story is really strange to me. It does come back around near the end of the story, but it's such a weird plot device. It feels like it both is and isn't a big deal. Something that I love in literature is when something that is not a big deal is treated like the biggest thing in someone's life. I think that trope captures anxiety really well. I also like when stories do the opposite thing. You kind of build up to something that should be massive, and then it ends up being not as big of a deal as you thought it would. I think that can be very satisfying as well. My favorite book ever is To Kill a Mockingbird, and in that novel, there is a trial that really feels like it's what the entire story has been leading up to, and in most stories that would be the case. So you spend the first half of the book getting the context that you need for the trial and the people in the town and how everyone feels about the situation. And then the trial happens, and then it ends in kind of a muted, quiet way. And then the book just keeps going, and we are reminded that the world still goes on after everything that we've seen. So while I'm not sure if the party aspect of this story was necessary, I do think it could have been interesting if this party became a serious point of contention between Jeff and his family. We see him get mad about it, and he doesn't want to go, but imagine if Jeff started getting violent and aggressive due to this minor inconvenience. It would sell his eventual descent into madness really well. It would allow the reader to see him acting irrationally and realize that any little thing can set this kid into a violent rage. But the author does try to set up this violent anger in a different way, so let's get into that. Jeff started to talk, but stopped himself, knowing that he couldn't do anything. Whenever his mom said something, it was final. He walked up to his room and plopped down on his bed. He sat there looking at his ceiling when suddenly he got a feeling. Not so much a pain, but a weird feeling. He dismissed it as just some random feeling. He heard his mother call him down to get his stuff, and he walked down to get it. Now I know this feeling has been talked about a lot, and I'm not the first person to point out how funny this is, but it's seriously one of the strangest ways you could possibly set up Jeff's violent urges. And I think I might have a guess as to why the author wrote it this way. I think they may have been worried that it would be too obvious if they directly addressed the violence inside of Jeff. Their use of the word feeling is supposed to keep us guessing as to what is going on, but I think it would be better if Jeff's actual feelings were just looked at a little deeper. I'm fine with Jeff not understanding what feelings these are, but it would be nice to see him act on them sooner, like if he punched a hole in his wall or broke something. I know the author wants all of this to erupt from Jeff in one violent outburst, but even that eruption needs a more clear build-up for it to feel satisfying. There's a short story by David Lubar called All the Rage that's about a kid that never gets angry, and he is bullied and harassed by some other kids until he can't take it anymore. Then his stomach explodes, and an oily, spiky rage monster with sharp claws attacks the kids that bullied him. It's a good example of a story that builds up the internal feelings of rage that a character is dealing with very quickly. The next day, Jeff walked downstairs to get breakfast and got ready for school. As he sat there, eating his breakfast, he once again got that feeling. Notice how Jeff goes down to eat breakfast and then got ready for school, which implies that we've moved past breakfast, but then immediately goes back to breakfast. It's a little clunky. This time it was stronger. It gave him a slight
Second
tugging
breakfast.
pain, but he once again dismissed it. As he and Lou finished breakfast, they walked down to the bus stop. Should probably be after he and Lou finish breakfast, unless they're walking to the bus stop with their plates and cups in their hand. It's just a small little detail. Also, with all the breakfast talk, you'd think that Jeff the Killer is actually like Walter Jr. They sat there waiting for the bus stop, and then, all of a sudden, some kid on a skateboard jumped over them, only inches above their laps. They both jumped back in surprise. hey, what the heck? Impressive ollie skills on this kid, honestly. It took me like a full 2 months to even ollie like an inch off the ground consistently, and this kid is pulling like 2 or 3 foot ollies on command. The kid landed and turned back to them. He kicked his skateboard up and caught it with his hands.
There you are. Our first video of tonight is a critical analysis, or rather, a literary analysis of Jeff the Killer. There's one of these in here, and then as we delve into the list, we'll get into costume design, various spooky gaming type videos, not necessarily Let's Plays, but just stuff around the topic, and yeah, just general things. Since you're here, I might just show off a different video unrelated after this, like it's a short one, but yeah, we're just listening to things right now.
The kid seems to be about 12, 1 year younger than Jeff. He wears an Aeropostale shirt and ripped blue jeans. Remember earlier when I said that the story switches between not describing things and then describing things a little too much? This was the line I was thinking of. The fact that this bully is specified as wearing an Aeropostale shirt is such a funny little detail, and again, it lends itself to the theory that this was written by a pretty young author. I don't know if Aeropostale is really even still around anymore. I'm pretty sure they are, but they're certainly less popular than I remember them being when I was in middle and high school. But this story was written during what I experienced to be the height of Aeropostale as a brand. I had an Aeropostale shirt and I thought it was the coolest thing ever. If you're maybe a little bit younger than I am and you didn't read this story when it was at the height of its popularity, then this might not be as funny to you, but it's such a perfect time capsule for me. A skater kid with ripped jeans and an Aeropostale shirt is the epitome of the late 2000s, early 2010s stereotypical cool kid bully. Well, 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 looks like we got some new meat. Suddenly 2 other kids appeared. One was super skinny and the other was huge. Well, since you're new here, I'd like to introduce ourselves. Over there is Keith. Jeff and Lou looked over to the skinny kid. He had a dopey face that you would expect a sidekick to have. What a legendary description. Why bother letting us clue into the social dynamic of these kids when we can just say that one of them looks like a sidekick? What's funny is that I think that description could maybe work if it was talking about the ringleader of the operation.
You look like a
sidekick. It would still be on the nose, but it would be a little better. If you describe the leader as looking like a sidekick, then there's some more thought that the reader can give into that particular description. It might make you wonder why that person is the one in charge. What about them makes them the leader? If it isn't their physical appearance, then there might be something else going on. But to describe a sidekick character as simply looking like a sidekick does nothing for the reader's imagination. And he's Troy. They looked over at the fat kid. Talk about a tub of lard. This kid looked like he hadn't exercised since he was crawling. I'm not saying that you can't describe a villain character as fat. There are lots of great villains where their size is an integral part of their character and it doesn't feel mean-spirited. Having a gluttonous villain is a pretty standard trope that speaks to their overindulgence and lack of restraint, typically while the people below them are suffering and starved. But to just call this kid a tub of lard and say that he hasn't exercised since he was crawling just comes out of nowhere and feels needlessly brutal even for a villain character. I think this description could actually work if this were written entirely from Jeff's point of view. I actually think the story would just work way better in general if it was first person. But this story isn't in first person. This is just the omniscient narrator taking the time to dunk on a fat kid to the audience for no reason, but that also makes it so funny. This is the moment where the story really starts to get so bad that it's good for me. The beginning is just kind of like a little dull with some minor issues, but now it's just hilarious. And I, said the first kid, am Randy. Now, for all the kids in this neighborhood, there is a small price for bus fare. If you catch my drift, Lou stood up, ready to punch the light out of the kid's eyes when one of his friends pulled a knife on him. Again, we have these kids speaking way too formally. What 12-year-old American kid is going to say there is a small price to pay for bus fare? My assumption is that the author wanted their story to sound more sophisticated, so they made the dialogue a little bit wordier and more proper, but this dialogue isn't the place to do that. You can have a story that sounds sophisticated and like a proper piece of literature, with the dialogue being simplistic, especially if you're writing about children. Again, this is something that To Kill a Mockingbird does really well. The child characters speak like children, but the narration is beautifully written and it makes the story what it is. If you want to increase the reading level of your story about children, then those efforts should be funneled into the narration and description, and your dialogue should be a lot simpler. Also, Lou gets weirdly violent out of nowhere here despite not having a single character trait that's been established before this point. I think he could have been set up as violent beforehand. The violence inside of Lou actually becomes an important plot point going forward, so it would have been nice to see a little more context for Lou's immediate urge to hurt people. It could have played well with Jeff's growing inner violence if we had gotten a scene of like the two of them maybe wrestling, and maybe Lou is known for taking things too far and hurting Jeff. And then we could start seeing that violence bubbling up inside of Jeff, and maybe he would retaliate against Lou disproportionately by like breaking his finger or something. That way we would see that Lou is known to resort to violence quickly, but Jeff is the stronger of the two and has, up until recently, kept his violent urges in check. Also, pulling a knife on Lou is an insane move. Maybe if this was set pretty far into the past then I could see it, but knife violence from children in a rich neighborhood in 2010's America is a little out of place. Tisk tisk tisk. I had hoped you would be more cooperative, but it seems you must do this the hard way. The kid walked up to Lou and took his wallet out of his pocket. I'm just now realizing that I've always pictured the main bully, Randy, as being Linus from Shark Boy and Lava Girl. It fits so well. Jeff got that feeling again. Now, it was truly strong. A burning sensation. He stood up, but Lou gestured at him to sit down. Jeff ignored him and walked up to the kid. Listen here, you little punk. Give back my bro's wallet or else. Randy put the wallet in his pocket and pulled out his own knife. I don't know if I've ever referred to any of my brothers as my bros. I've used that word a lot to describe like my friends, but never my actual siblings. Maybe that's just me though. Oh, and what will you do? Just as he finished the sentence, Jeff popped the kid in the nose. As Randy reached for his face, Jeff grabbed the kid's wrist and broke it. Here's another instance where more descriptive language would improve the story. Did Jeff like twist Randy's wrist back? Because it kind of sounds like he just squeezed it and shattered it. Which could be a cool angle if Jeff were set up in any way to be unnaturally strong, but all we know about Jeff the Killer is that a young child successfully fended him off. Randy screamed and Jeff grabbed the knife from his hand. Troy and Keith rushed Jeff, but Jeff was too quick. He threw Randy to the ground. Keith lashed out at him, but Jeff ducked and stabbed him in the arm. Keith dropped his knife and fell to the ground screaming. Troy rushed him too, but Jeff didn't even need the knife. He punched Troy straight in the stomach and Troy went down. As he fell, he puked all over. Lou could do nothing but look in amazement at Jeff. I promise I'm going to stop bringing this up so much, but Jeff could have really used these skills when going toe-to-toe with a small child that he snuck up on in his bed. Jeff, how'd you, was all he said. They saw the bus coming and knew they'd be blamed for the whole thing, so they started running as fast as they could. As they ran, they looked back and saw the bus driver rushing over to Randy and the others. As Jeff and Lou made it to school, they didn't dare tell what happened. All they did was sit and listen. Kind of hilarious that Jeff and Lou have this life-altering violent encounter that they know they'll be blamed for, and they still decide just to go to school as if they won't be caught. That's another hint as to the age of the author. The idea that skipping a day of school is like the worst thing you could do. Just don't show up. Keep running if you know you'll be punished. Jeff just thought of that as his brother beating up a few kids, but Jeff knew it was more. Referring to the whole situation as that is kind of awkward and confusing. It's a weirdly informal way to describe a violent encounter that doesn't fit with the narration style the author is using. It was something scary. As he got that feeling, he felt how powerful it was, the urge to just hurt someone. He didn't like how it sounded, but he couldn't help feeling happy. He felt that strange feeling go away and stay away for the entire day of school, even as he walked home due to the whole thing near the bus stop, and how now he probably wouldn't be taking the bus anymore. He felt happy. Jeff, that whole thing at the bus stop was you shattering a kid's wrist and then stabbing another kid. It's like Jeff and Lou are both acutely aware of the consequences of their actions, but also completely oblivious to them at the same time. When he got home, his parents asked him how his day was, and he said, in a somewhat ominous voice, "It was a wonderful day." We love ourselves a good, ominous voice. The next morning, he heard a knock at his front door. He walked down to find 2 police officers at the door, his mother looking back at him with an angry look. "Jeff, these officers tell me that you attacked 3 kids, that it wasn't regular fighting, and that they were stabbed." "Stabbed, son?" Jeff's gaze fell to the floor, showing his mother that it was true. I actually like that last detail of Jeff's mom knowing that it was true just based on Jeff's body language. It really shows that Jeff's mom understands her children. She clearly knows almost everything about them and can tell exactly what's going on in their lives. She knows her children too well for them to be able to trick her. That's nice. "Mom, they were the ones who pulled the knives on me and Lou." "Son," said one of the cops, "we found 3 kids, 2 stabbed, and 1 having a bruise on his stomach. and we have witnesses proving that you fled the scene. Now what does that tell us? But Jeff knew it was no use. He could say him and Lou had been attacked, but then there was no proof it was not them who attacked first. They couldn't say that they weren't fleeing because, truth be told, they were. So Jeff couldn't defend himself or Lou. Okay, how about this? Those kids are clearly neighborhood bullies. They said that all of the kids have to pay them for the bus fare, so why not just ask another kid in the neighborhood? We have a trio of skateboarding, cartoonishly evil middle school bullies that I'm positive have messed with other kids before, so it shouldn't be that hard to prove that they were the aggressors. Son, call your brother. Jeff couldn't do it since it was he who beat up all the kids. Sir, it was me. I was the one who beat up the kids. Lou tried to hold me back, but he couldn't stop me. The cop looked at his partner and they both nod. That last sentence is a perfect example of what I said earlier about the tenses not agreeing with each other. They should have both nodded, or it should have been said that the first cop looks at his partner. Well, kid, looks like a year in juvie. The justice system moves at breakneck speed in this unnamed rich neighborhood. Wait, says Lou. They all looked up to see him holding a knife. The officers pulled their guns and locked them on Lou. Keep in mind that Lou is probably like 9 or 10 years old and lives in an affluent neighborhood. He is standing far outside of stabbing range and isn't threatening anyone, but the cops just point their guns at him regardless. It was me. I beat up those little punks. Have the marks to prove it. He lifted up his sleeves to reveal cuts and bruises, as if he was in a struggle. Son, just put the knife down, said the officer. Lou held up the knife and dropped it to the ground. He put his hands up and walked over to the cops. No, Lou, it was me. I did it. Jeff had tears running down his face. Huh, poor bro. Trying to take the blame for what I did. Well, take me away. The police led Lou out to the patrol car. This is such an odd direction for the plot to go in. I get that they're setting Jeff up to be really angry at the kids who got Lou sent to juvie, but it just feels so out of place in this story. The author can't decide whether Jeff should be this insane, wild, unhinged killer with super strength, or someone who sticks up for his little brother and deeply cares for him. Lou, tell them it was me. Tell them. I was the one who beat up the kids. Jeff's mother put her hands on his shoulders. Jeff, please. You don't have to lie. We know it's Lou. You can stop. So Jeff's mom doesn't actually know her kids all that well after all. She can't tell that Lou is clearly taking the fall for Jeff. What happened there? Again, if Lou had been set up as the more violent one and Jeff was the more reserved one, then this would make more sense, but Lou doesn't have any sort of personality at all. In fact, pretty much none of the characters have any personality besides the bullies being stereotypical villains. Jeff also just gets that funny feeling sometimes, so that's all we know about him. The most expression we've seen in this story so far was when Troy was described as a tub of lard, and that wasn't even any of the characters saying that. It was just the author. Jeff watched helplessly as the cop car speeds off with Lou inside. A few minutes later, Jeff's dad pulled into the driveway, seeing Jeff's face and knowing something was wrong. Son, what is it? Jeff couldn't answer. His vocal cords were strained from crying. Instead, Jeff's mother walked his father inside to break the bad news to him as Jeff wept in the driveway. After an hour or so, Jeff walked back into the house, seeing that his parents were both shocked, sad, and disappointed. He couldn't look at them. He couldn't see how they thought of Lou when it was his fault. Honestly, Jeff, I get you. I don't know why they think it's him either. Also, that was a kind of awkwardly phrased last sentence, but it does technically make sense. He just went to sleep, trying to get the whole thing off his mind. 2 days went by with no word from Lou at JDC, no friends to hang out with, nothing but sadness and guilt. Again, they just took Lou to juvie with no trial or anything. He hasn't even been allowed to see his family. I'm sure that's made Jeff's entire family very sad and mournful. That is until Saturday, when Jeff is woken up by his mother with a happy, sunshiny face. Jeff, it's the day, she said as she opened up the curtains and let the light flood in. Am I missing something? Were Jeff's parents trying to get rid of Lou for like a long time? They seem to be pretty happy now that he's gone. Maybe Lou was a violent menace. I just wish the story would tell us. What's today? Asked Jeff as he stirs awake. Why, it's Billy's party. He was now fully awake. Mom, you're joking, right? You don't expect me to go to some kid's party after... There was a long pause. Again, the soon-to-be insane serial killer Jeff seems to be the only character in the story that actually makes some sort of sense with the way that he talks and acts. Jeff, we both know what happened. I think this party could be the thing that brightens up the past days. Now, get dressed. Jeff's mother walked out of the room and downstairs to ready herself. He fought himself to get up. He picked out a random shirt and pair of jeans and walked downstairs. He saw his mother and father all dressed up, his mother in a dress and his father in a suit. He thought, why they would ever wear such fancy clothes to a kid's party. This well and truly feels like the story is getting ready for some crazy twist. Like maybe the parents are preparing for some meeting with like a secret organization. Maybe they're all dressed up because the neighborhood is celebrating the day that they will mutilate Jeff and turn him into the deranged serial killer. That could be an interesting angle. Son, is that all you're going to wear? Said Jeff's mom. Better than wearing too much, he said. His mother pushed down the feeling to yell at him and hit it with a smile. Maybe I'm giving Jeff too hard of a time. If my parents wore dress clothes to a birthday party for a 12-year-old boy and then insisted that I do the same, I would also go crazy. I don't have any fancy clothes,
Yeah.
he yelled downstairs. Just pick out something, called his mother. He looked around in his closet for what he would call fancy. He found a pair of black dress pants he had for special occasions and an undershirt. He couldn't find a shirt to go with it, though. He looked around and only found striped and patterned shirts, none of which go with dress pants. Finally, he found a white hoodie and put it on. I love Jeff's fashion sense. He knows enough to think that a striped shirt wouldn't go well with his black dress pants, but then he just wears a white hoodie over everything instead. I'm not sure if Jeff the Killer's iconic outfit was first invented in this story, or if it was known beforehand, but I like to think this is the moment where we're supposed to be hyped. It's like in a superhero movie when we see the first time the hero wears his iconic outfit from the comics, only in this case it's just black dress pants and a white hoodie. You're wearing that?
So
they both said.
hype.
His mother looked at her watch. Oh, no time to change. Let's just go, she said as she herded Jeff and his father out of the door. They crossed the street over to Barbara and Billy's house. They knocked at the door, and at it appeared that Barbara, just like his parents, way overdressed. As they walked inside, all Jeff could see were adults, no kids. I have to reread what might be the most awkward sentence in this story, although there's another one later on that's pretty awkward. It says, they knocked at the door, and at it appeared that Barbara, just like his parents, way overdressed. The kids are out in the yard. Jeff, how about you go meet some of them, said Barbara. Jeff walked outside to a yard full of kids. They were running around in weird cowboy costumes and shooting each other with plastic guns. He might as well be standing in a Toys R Us. Suddenly, a kid came to him and handed him a toy gun and hat. Hey, wanna play? He said. Because I criticized the story earlier for this, now I have to acknowledge when it does it correctly. That is dialogue that actually sounds like it was said by a real child. I'm honestly shocked that the little kid doesn't just come up and say something like, it is henceforth the time to engage in such merriment as gallivanting around the yard and pretending to be the boys of cows of old. Ah, no kid, I'm way too old for this stuff. The kid looked at him with that weird puppy dog face. Please, said the kid. Fine, said Jeff. He put on the hat and started to pretend shoot at the kids. At first, he thought it was totally ridiculous, but then he started to actually have fun. It might not have been super cool, but it was the first time he had done something that took his mind off of Lou. So he played with the kids for a while until he heard a noise, a weird rolling noise. Then it hit him. Randy, Troy, and Keith all jumped over the fence on their skateboards. Describing the sound of skateboards as a weird rolling noise is needlessly vague. You could probably just say that you heard the sound of skateboards and most people would understand. Jeff dropped the fake gun and ripped off the hat. Randy looked at Jeff with a burning hatred. Hello, Jeff, is it? He said. We have some unfinished business. Jeff saw his bruised nose. I think we're even. I beat the crap out of you, and you get my brother sent to JDC. We get the mention of Randy's bruised nose, but the story never addresses the fact that his wrist is also broken. That seems like it should be the more obvious sign of their previous fight. Randy got an angry look in his eyes. Oh no, I don't go for even. I go for winning. You may have kicked our butts that one day, but not today. As he said that, Randy rushed at Jeff. I don't go for even, I go for winning is such a legendary line, something no one has ever said before, and no one will probably ever say again. They both fell to the ground. Randy punched Jeff in the nose, no doubt with his non-broken wrist. Again, they haven't addressed that. And Jeff grabbed him by the ears and headbutted him. Jeff pushed Randy off of him and both rose to their feet. Kids were screaming and parents were running out of the house. Troy and Keith pulled guns out of their pockets. If we didn't know this story took place in America before, we certainly know now. These are literally 12-year-old kids with guns. Why does this story escalate so quickly? No one interrupts or guts will fly, they said. Randy pulled a knife on Jeff and stabbed it into his shoulder. This is so ridiculous that it really feels like there should be a final twist where the parents orchestrated this whole thing or something like that. It's so far removed from reality at this point. And also, keep in mind that nothing even remotely scary has happened since the opening paragraph. This is supposed to be a creepypasta, but it's really not that creepy at all. A couple of violent kids can be a really scary concept. There's a movie called Wolf Creek that explores that idea very well. Children of the Corn also does the same thing. But those stories feel somewhat grounded, although Children of the Corn does have like a supernatural element to it. But they're scary because they could conceivably happen to anyone. The dialogue here is just so ridiculous that nothing about this situation feels real. Jeff screamed and fell to his knees. Randy started kicking him in the face. After 3 kicks, Jeff grabs his foot and twists it, causing Randy to fall to the ground. Jeff stood up and walked towards the back door. Troy grabbed him. Needs some help? He picks Jeff up by the back of the collar and throws him through the patio door. As Jeff tries to stand, he is kicked down to the ground. Randy repeatedly starts kicking Jeff until he starts to cough up blood. Come on, Jeff, fight me. He picks up Jeff and throws him into the kitchen. Randy sees a bottle of vodka on the counter and smashes the glass over Jeff's head. So now we have Randy like literally taunting him like the Joker. He also manages to pick Jeff up and throw him, which is pretty impressive given his recently broken wrist. Keep in mind that none of the adults are even trying to stop what is happening. I get that Keith and Troy have guns, but it would be nice to hear them yelling at the kids to stop fighting, or maybe someone just like calling the police. Fight! He throws Jeff back into the living room. Come on, Jeff, look at me. Jeff glances up, his face riddled with blood. I was the one who got your brother sent to JDC, and now you're just gonna sit here and let him rot in there for a whole year? You should be ashamed. Jeff starts to get up. A year in juvie would suck. That's a long time if you're a kid, especially when you didn't do anything and didn't even get any sort of trial before you got shipped off there. But to use the phrase, let him rot, when referring to a single year of juvie is kind of funny. Oh, finally, you stand and fight. Jeff is now to his feet, blood and vodka on his face. Once again, he gets that strange feeling, the one he hasn't felt in a while. And by a while, I think we mean like maybe a week, maybe just a couple days. Jeff previously got this feeling at the most minor of inconveniences, even before he was actually in any danger. So it's kind of funny that the feeling waits to kick in until after he's been completely brutalized by Randy. Finally, he's up, says Randy as he runs at Jeff. That's when it happens. Something inside Jeff snaps. His psyche is destroyed. All rational thinking is gone. All he can do is kill. Oh yeah, the moment we've all been waiting for. It's time for Jeff to become that insane killer that we saw at the beginning. Let's see what he can do. He grabs Randy and pile drives him to the ground. He gets on top of him and punches him straight in the heart. The punch causes Randy's heart to stop. That's absolutely insane. Literally stops his heart with a single punch. You'd think the 2 kids with guns would step in here and put a stop to Jeff killing their dear leader. As Randy gasps for breath, Jeff hammers down on him. Punch after punch, blood gushes from Randy's body until he takes one final breath and dies. Everyone is looking at Jeff now. The parents, the crying kids, even Troy and Keith, although they easily break from their gaze and point their guns at Jeff. So Troy and Keith could see Jeff killing Randy, but they just decided to let him finish the job before trying to do anything to stop him. Typical sidekick behavior. Jeff sees the guns trained on him and runs for the stairs. As he runs, Troy and Keith let out fire on him, each shot missing. This is actually a pretty realistic detail. Chances are those kids would miss their shots since they're literal children after all. Jeff runs up the stairs. He hears Troy and Keith follow up behind. As they let out their final rounds of bullets, Jeff ducks into the bathroom. He grabs the towel rack and rips it off the wall. Troy and Keith race in, knives ready. Troy swings his knife at Jeff, who backs away and bangs the towel rack into Troy's face. Troy goes down hard, and now all that's left is Keith. He is more agile than Troy though, and ducks when Jeff swings the towel rack. He dropped the knife and grabbed Jeff by the neck. He pushed him into the wall. This next line is the entire reason that I wanted to make this particular video in the first place. It's so funny to me. A thing of bleach fell down on top of him from the top shelf. A thing of bleach. You can tell that at this point the author was really excited with the action sequence that they were writing, and they just started rushing to the thrilling conclusion. Referring to a container as a thing of bleach is so funny to me, because that's exactly what I talked like when I was younger. It's so vague, but I know exactly what the author means. It burnt both of them, and they both started to scream. Jeff wiped his eyes as best as he could. He pulled back the towel rack and swung it straight into Keith's head. As he lay there, bleeding to death, he let out an ominous smile. Kind of funny to say he let out a smile and not just like he had an ominous smile, also ominous again. What's so funny? Asked Jeff. Keith pulled out a lighter and switched it on. What's funny, he said, is that you're covered in bleach and alcohol. Jeff's eyes widened as Keith threw the lighter at him. As soon as the flame made contact with him, the flames ignited the alcohol in the vodka. While the alcohol burned him, the bleach bleached his skin. Jeff let out a terrible screech as he caught on fire. He tried to roll out the fire, but it was no use. The alcohol made him a walking burn. It's always been weird to me that the bleach just turns his face a complete ghostly white color. That can't be how that works, right? Wouldn't it just like burn the skin off of his face? He ran down the hall and fell down the stairs. Everybody started screaming as they saw Jeff, now a man on fire, drop to the ground, nearly dead. The last thing Jeff saw was his mother and the other parents trying to extinguish the flame, That's when he passed out. That's the end of our thrilling action sequence. We've got 3 dead kids, one of which was killed by a single punch to the chest that stopped his heart, and our poor burn victim, Jeff. Action is hard to write. I can never connect super well to fight scenes in books nearly as well as I can when I see them on screen, and I actually don't think this fight scene is terrible. I can almost picture exactly what happens during the fight. The descriptions are good. The issue is that what happens doesn't make a ton of sense. There are no plot holes, it's just a nonsensical plot. When Jeff woke up, he had a cast wrapped around his face. He couldn't see anything, but he felt a cast on his shoulder and stitches all over his body. He tried to stand up, but he realized there was some tube in his arm, and when he tried to get up, it fell out, and a nurse rushed in. "I don't think you can get out of bed just yet," she said as she put him back in his bed and reinserted the tube. Jeff sat there with no vision, no idea what his surroundings were. Finally, after hours, he heard his mother. So Jeff has been brutalized and presumably on the verge of death in the hospital, and it still takes his mom hours to show up after he finally wakes up? What a horrible mother. "Honey, are you okay?" she asked. Jeff couldn't answer though. His face was covered and he was unable to speak. I'm going to hazard a guess and say that Jeff isn't okay. "Oh honey, I have great news. After all the witnesses told the police that Randy confessed of trying to attack you, they decided to let Lou go." So presumably that's the reason why Randy says like out loud like, "I'm the one who sent your brother to JDC," because then like later in the story they can be like, "Oh, everybody heard him confess that." And also the police were more than willing to shoot and kill a tiny kid like Lou and then immediately took him to juvie on his word alone. But when 3 kids end up dead at a party, they immediately decide that Lou should be let go? You think they would remember that Jeff confessed to the crimes and then connect that with the fact that Jeff killed 3 other kids and maybe follow up on that lead, but no. This made Jeff almost bolt up, stopping halfway, remembering the tube coming out of his arm. He'll be out by tomorrow, and then you two will be able to be together again. Jeff's mother hugs Jeff and says her goodbyes. She's leaving? She checked on her burn victim, stab victim, broken-bodied son after hours of him waiting for like 30 seconds, and then she's out of there? Maybe Jeff's parents have another fancy 10-year-old birthday party to go to, I don't know. The next couple weeks were those when Jeff was visited by his family. Super awkward phrasing there as well that feels like it came straight out of the book Piranesi if you've read that. All of like the chapter headings sound like that. Really weird reference, but amazing book. You should read that instead of Jeff the Killer. Then came the day where his bandages were to be removed. His family members were all there to see it, what he would look like. As the doctors unwrapped the bandages from Jeff's face, everyone was on the edge of their seats. They waited until the last bandage holding the cover over his face was almost removed. "Let's hope for the best," said the doctor. Imagine you are a burn victim. That is one of the most horrifying things that you could possibly go through. You know that your appearance will be permanently altered forever.
Let's hope for
you
the
would
best.
hope that your family wouldn't be sitting around you to see the final result of your deformed face, and that your doctor wouldn't hit you with the "let's hope for the best." What do you mean, let's hope for the best? It's your job to know everything about Jeff's condition. You should have an idea of what his face will look like. He quickly pulls the cloth, letting the rest fall from Jeff's face. Yeah, nice. Not delicate at all. He rips the cover off of Jeff's burn victim face. Jeff's mother screams at the sight of his face. Lou and Jeff's dad stare awestruck at his face. Awestruck is such a funny word to use in a horrifying situation like this. I know it's not technically wrong, but it just sounds so funny. Also, it's a little clunky to end 2 sentences in a row with his face. What happened to my face?" Jeff said. He rushed out of bed and ran to the bathroom. He looked in the mirror and saw the cause of the distress. His face, it's horrible. Who's saying it's horrible? Is the narrator coming back in with a weird amount of personality? It seems like it's Jeff, but the next paragraph seemingly disproves that theory that he would think his face looks horrible. His lips were burnt to a deep shade of red. His face was turned into a pure white color, and his hair singed from brown to black. He slowly put his hand to his face. It had a sort of leathery feel to it now. He looked back at his family, then back at the mirror. I hadn't picked up on this till recording, but I wonder, because it says his face had a leathery feel to it, I wonder if that's supposed to be a reference to Leatherface from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's kind of cool if that's the case. Another iconic slasher villain. "Jeff," said Lou, "it's not that bad." "Not that bad," said Jeff. "It's perfect."
It's not that
His
bad.
family was equally surprised. Jeff started laughing uncontrollably. His parents notices that his left eye and hand were twitching. Sorry for the awkward reading on that one. The author just completely gave up on even trying to have any sort of correct punctuation during that last paragraph. It was a massacre. Jeff, are you okay?" "Okay, I've never felt more happy. Ha, 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 ha." Look at me. It seems like the author realized they forgot a ton of punctuation with the paragraph before and tried to make up for it by putting a comma in between each ha. That's why I read it that way. Also, this is where the story gets like actually cringy in my opinion. I know that so much of the story has been pretty cringy so far.
Here's where it actually gets cringy, you guys.
Just puts me over the edge. This face goes perfectly with me. He couldn't stop laughing. He stroked his face, feeling it, looking at it in the mirror. What caused this? The story has been really good so far, but I really just wish we had a moment where the narrator spoke directly to us like Bill Nye the Science Guy. Just wish we had something like that. What caused this? Well, you may recall that when Jeff was fighting Randy, something in his mind, his sanity, snapped. Now he was left as a crazy killing machine. That is, his parents didn't know. Looks like my wish was granted. What am I supposed to say, guys? What is there left to say about this story that I haven't covered already? You know that last sentence didn't make any sense. You know that is his parents didn't know doesn't make any sense. You know this already. Let's just finish this thing out. Doctor, said Jeff's mom, is my son all right, you know, in the head? This might be something you'd want to address with the doctor in private and not in front of your burn victim's son. Oh yes, this behavior is typical for patients that have taken a very large amount of painkillers. If his behavior doesn't change in a few weeks, bring him back here and we'll give him a psychological test. Oh, thank you, doctor. Jeff's mother went over to Jeff. Jeff, sweetie, it's time to go. Give that doctor the Doctor of the Year award, the Doctor of the Century award. Just give it to him. He deserves it. Jeff looks away from the mirror. His face still formed into a crazy smile. "'Kay, mommy. Ha, ha, ha." His mother took him by the shoulder and took him to get his clothes. I want to think that she didn't take him by the shoulder that he got stabbed in, but knowing Jeff's mom, that's probably exactly what she did. This is what came in, the lady at the desk said. Jeff's mom looked down to see the black dress pants and white hoodie her son wore. Now they were clean of blood and now stitched together. Why wouldn't his parents bring him a new set of clothes? Why does he have to leave in the same clothes he came in with? What is going on? Jeff's mother led him to his room and made him put his clothes on. Then they left, not knowing that this was their final day of life. I know that it's referring to Jeff's entire family, but the way that it's written makes it sound like both Jeff and his mother's final day of life, but who cares? Later that night, Jeff's mother woke to a sound coming from the bathroom. It sounded as if someone was crying. She slowly walked over to see what it was.
Yeah.
When she looked into the bathroom, she saw a horrendous sight. Jeff had taken a knife and carved a smile into his cheeks. "Jeff, what are you doing?" asked his mother. Jeff looked over to his mother. "I couldn't keep smiling, Mommy. It hurt after a while. Now I can smile forever." Jeff's mother noticed his eyes, ringed and black. "Jeff, your eyes." His eyes were seemingly never closing. Another really weird description there. "I couldn't see my face. I got tired and my eyes started to close. I burned out the eyelids so I could forever see myself, my new face." Jeff's mother slowly started to back away, seeing that her son was going insane. "What's wrong, Mommy? Aren't I beautiful?" It's so edgy. It's just so edgy. I can't take it anymore. "Yes, son," she said. "Yes, you are. Let me go get Daddy so he can see your face." She ran into the room and shook Jeff's dad from his sleep. "Honey, get the gun. She stopped as she saw Jeff in the doorway, holding a knife. I know that a lot of people who read this story think that Jeff's mom asking her husband to get the gun comes out of nowhere, but it actually feels in character to me. She's been so callous and dismissive of pretty much everything regarding Jeff's tragic fate, so it doesn't shock me at all that she just wants to kill him now. It's more shocking that she doesn't just try to do it herself. "Mommy, you lied." That's the last thing they hear as Jeff rushed them with the knife, gutting both of them. His brother Lou woke up, thanks for specifying that Lou is his brother again for some reason, startled by some noise. He didn't hear anything else, so he just shut his eyes and tried to go back to sleep. As he was on the border of slumber, he got the strangest feeling that someone was watching him. Border of slumber just feels so out of place. Is Lou a vampire? Is he Mal'Ganis from Warcraft 3? He looked up before Jeff's hand covered his mouth. He slowly raised the knife, ready to plunge it into Lou. Lou thrashed here and there, trying to escape Jeff's grip. The phrasing of "here and there" makes it sound like Lou wasn't even putting up that much of a fight. He must not have, because we know about Jeff's difficulty overpowering small children. "Shh," Jeff said. "Just go to sleep." And that is the end of Jeff the Killer. What an insane, hilarious, wild ride. It's wild to think this story scared me so much when I was younger. Hopefully you enjoyed this thorough look at this story. Like I said before, the author was probably very young, so I don't blame them for their quality of writing. And even some things are pretty decent in my opinion, like the descriptions of the fight scenes. While the fight scenes are very cringy, the actual description of fight choreography I think is pretty good and pretty easy to picture in your mind. I'm just so fascinated that this story became so famous despite its kind of poor quality, it's a testament to the power of the internet. Like I said, everyone has to start
Sorry, I
somewhere
swallowed
when
my
it comes to
coffee wrong.
writing.
I had to get up for a
Fortunately,
second.
most people's first works won't live on in infamy forever on the internet. What's interesting to me is that I suspect this was like the first or one of the first Jeff the Killer stories to be written, and that's why it became so famous. The picture is creepy, and it's no wonder that it became such an icon of internet horror, but when you have a creepy concept or picture, people will naturally want to make more content about it. It's like how the Backrooms started with like a single spooky image and some cryptic text, and it was this cool, spooky, mysterious thing. And then the internet got a hold of it and started adding their own mythology about the thousands of layers of the Backrooms, the tips and tricks you need to get through them. And then when Saul Goodman was presenting his oral arguments against Sandpiper Crossing, he no-clipped through reality and fell into the Backrooms, and now he lives there. What's interesting is that with these concepts that are born on the internet, there's really no concept of the original creator. Like, Slenderman was created by Victor Surge, but the idea is so much bigger than he probably ever thought it would be. And sometimes you just make something mostly for yourself and it just blows up. I'm actually really glad that this is the story associated with Jeff the Killer, because there could have been a super generic story that got associated with that image, something totally serviceable but pretty boring. Even the idea that I suggested at the start of it being like almost like a found footage, people keep seeing this killer and then we get a picture of him, that's more generic than what we get with this story. So luckily we were given something completely unforgettable and completely hilarious. Because the story is a lot of things, it's written really weird, it's got kind of poor grammar and writing and sentence structure, it's got weird characters that don't talk like they should talk for being children, it's got insane violence, and it's needlessly edgy. But for all the things this story is, it certainly is not generic, and I kind of love it for that. Thank you all so much for watching.
The Rake was the creepypasta that kind of got to me at one point. Jeff the Killer always seemed like it thrived off of weird teenage crushes people had. It spooked me a little bit when I read it, but God, revisiting it, it's so stupid. And with people treating Jeff nowadays as like a tortured emo pretty boy, it kind of takes the edge away from him. But yeah, gosh, I don't know what creepypasta first got to me. Marble Hornets was like scary to me when I first got into it.
When we talk about this video ended up being way longer than I thought it would be when I started. If you're interested in more internet horror and horror literature content, then consider subscribing. I do a lot of that on this channel. If you're a fan of creepypasta, then I do have a video on both Borrasca and Pen Pal where I go through them and talk about why I think they work and why I think they don't work. Those videos are a ton of fun. I also have a creepypasta iceberg video where I go through 40 different creepypasta and give kind of long explanations for a lot of them, so it's a little bit more in-depth than a normal iceberg video. If you like SCP content, I have videos on both This Thing a Quiet Madness Made and You Do Not Recognize the Bodies in the Water, which are two of my favorite SCPs of all time. And if you're interested in horror literature or you want to read horror but you don't really know where to start, I have a video that I just made recently about a book called Disappearance at Devil's Rock where I go through the entire story that I think would be a lot of fun for you. It kind of has a similar format to this, but it's just obviously a lot less funny. I go more into the story and what works and what doesn't, and it's a really cool and interesting story and kind of creepy, so that would be a great video to check out as well. If you would like to support me further, then please consider becoming a channel member where you will get early access to all my videos, access to exclusive video book reviews, and access to my members only book club. A massive thank you to all my gold tier members, Amanda Mapes, Lucas Fernando, Chris Lamb, Ezra, Silent Trails, Blue Radio Media, Tyler the Leper, Vic's Corner, Miss Joy 16, Coco Boco, Cherry Shark, Saddest John, Moonsong Blog, Starlight Pink, Jack Samore, Amanda Castillon, Lexi, Arcade Link Author, Pyrocat, B, The Official Gar, Passion the Fruit, YBAB Flow, High, and Zapodapos. Your support really does mean the world to me. This has been an amazing month for my channel, and I really do think I'll hit that 50,000 subscriber goal by the end of the year, maybe even before that, so I'm super stoked about that. Thank you everyone for watching this ominous video, and I'll catch
Thanks for watching this ominous video. I would love to play his reading and analysis of Happy Appy, but he didn't finish it yet. And it's a long story. Like, he made 2 separate 1 to 2 hour videos just going through it. And waiting on that last part, well, I assume would be the last part, but just... oh my god. That story gets so stupid so fast. And it's like one of the longest ones I've read. Other than Pen Pal, but Pen Pal is actually good.
you in the next one. See ya.
We're currently going through a bit of an internet horror golden age, and while nowadays YouTube is filled with complex ARGs, masterful horror series, and 10-hour analysis videos, it wasn't always like this. Early YouTube horror was a lot different to the kind of horror that we see online today, mostly because at that time it was so new, so groundbreaking, and so unknown. It was so new in fact that a lot of people didn't even classify it as horror. Instead, the ever-growing subgenre of weird and creepy YouTube videos and series came to be known as the weird side of YouTube, because generally you didn't go searching for this kind of content on YouTube, it found you, and then you'd go down an endless rabbit hole of bizarre and creepy videos. From Little Baby's Ice Cream to There Is Nothing to the classic creepy car commercial and more. So today I wanted to revisit the weird side of YouTube to look into their bizarre backstories and how they've influenced the kind of horror that we see on the site today. Before we get into things, I just want to give a huge thank you to Honkai Star Rail
That
for
side of
sponsoring this
YouTube.
video. Honkai Star Rail is an all-new multi-platform space fantasy RPG from HoYoverse, the makers of Genshin Impact. This free-to-play strategy role-playing game features an accessible strategic turn-based combat system and huge maps with maze exploration and puzzle-solving gameplay. Get ready to board the Astral Express and experience worlds of strange and fantastical sights where each journey is filled with excitement and adventure, and where you'll meet new companions as well as faces familiar to fans of the series. With absolutely beautiful graphics, a wide variety of fun and unique characters to develop your team with, and stunning cutscenes and animations, Honkai Star Rail weaves a beautiful and enthralling story. Both visually, which, I mean, come on, look at these absolutely gorgeous.
Okay, that's enough.
YouTube was launched in 2005, and back then it was a very different place, namely because the internet itself was a very different place. Even though the internet had technically existed since the 80s, but more realistically for most people since the 90s, it still felt pretty new by the time that Y2K rolled around and didn't kill everybody. It was a period of discovery and establishment for the internet. Some of the biggest websites in the world were launched during the 2000s, some of the most iconic subcultures and groups were formed, and a lot of things that are still popular staples on the internet today were popularized during the 2000s, including internet horror as a genre. Early internet horror was far less prolific than it is today. Back in the 2000s and even the 2010s to an extent, internet horror was far less common and therefore much scarier. You gotta remember that back then internet users didn't approach things with the same skepticism that we do today, often just taking ridiculous, outlandish things at face value. Actually, we still do that today. So have we learned anything? No. My point is, if your friend linked you a creepy website or a spooky video popped up on your recommended, you weren't going to approach it under the assumption that it was an interactive ARG mystery or an unfiction horror story created for YouTube essayists to analyze. Because back then, those didn't really exist, at least not in the way that we know them today. The internet horror genre, especially on YouTube, was far more likely to be something that you accidentally kind of just stumbled on, and that made it feel far more terrifying, far more unknown, and sometimes even far more real. Thus, the weird side of YouTube was coined as a term to describe those times we'd fall a bit too far down a YouTube recommended rabbit hole to find wonderfully spooky, weird, and off-putting videos. Don't get me wrong, a large percentage of these videos were trash. 90% of the time it would be a terrible Windows Movie Maker list of the top 10 scariest things found on beaches, always using this photo, or top 5 horrifying ghost encounters caught on camera with giant blaring red circles and arrows, you know, just in case you didn't see the huge photoshopped ghost that took up half of the frame. But among the piles of clickbaity trash, there were iconic, legendary videos that broke new ground in the internet horror space and paved the way for a lot of what we see today. Let's revisit these nostalgic pieces of internet history now, and obviously a trigger warning for spooky imagery in case that is something that disturbs you. Whenever I think of classic YouTube horror nostalgia, the very first thing I think of is Scary Car Commercial, and you probably do too. It was one of the most iconic early horror videos on YouTube, though calling it horror might be a little bit of a stretch. The thing about the Scary Car Commercial is you very rarely ever just stumbled onto it in the wild. Most of the time it was shown to you by friends, and that's how I personally encountered it as well. My friends were like, hey, watch this video and keep a really close eye on the car, like really focus in and just follow the car. And so, like the gullible fool that I was, I watched the car wind down this peaceful country road accompanied by relaxing music until Boom, jump scare. A generic zombie suddenly pops up accompanied by an extremely loud screaming noise, and for a lot of kids, including myself, this was their first ever internet jump scare. The video currently sits at 20 million views thanks in large part to how popular it became as a prank. Early YouTube was filled to the brim with shaky Nokia videos of people showing this video to their friends,
She's
family,
not playing the
teachers, and
audio.
co-workers to capture their hashtag hilarious response as they screamed or punched their monitor or jumped out of their seat. The screamer genre had gone to become extremely popular in the wake of Scary Car Commercial, with tons of other innocent looking videos intercut with sudden loud noises and jump scares popping up on YouTube. Pun intended. Obviously it was super awesome and funny, and everyone really enjoyed having to walk on eggshells whenever they logged onto the site, because like 46% of their recommended videos would secretly be annoyingly loud, startling jump scares. It was awesome. We loved it. But where did this infamous screamer spawn from exactly? Well, it was uploaded by a user called Kittlesticks in October of 2006, but Kittlesticks did not in fact make the video. It was originally a German TV advertisement. Yes, this thing actually aired on TV for multiple years, for a coffee brand called K-Fee. In the YouTube version, the video ends with a heartbeat sound and text that reads, "Now go change your shorts and get back to work," but this was edited in by Kittlesticks. The original commercial version reads, "You've never been so wide awake," followed by the logo for K-Fee coffee, so essentially the ad was trying to mimic the sudden rush of adrenaline that you get from a lovely caffeinated K-Fee beverage. There's a whole expansive genre of cursed/haunted/disturbing commercials and PSAs that we're going to talk about in a little bit, but this was one of the earliest examples of both a cursed commercial and a viral screamer video, which weirdly makes it a pretty important piece of historical media for the site that gives us a lot of context as to how these subgenres were forming in the early days. We can acknowledge that and the fact that the video was annoying as shit, you know. Two things can coexist at the same time. Also, fun fact, the location of the scary
Why
car
does it not
commercial
surprise me it
road,
came
which
from
had long
Germany?
been a mystery, was finally discovered in January of 2023 by none other than Geo Rainbow, because, you know, if anyone was gonna find it, it was definitely going to be him. Turns out the road is in California and looks drastically different now, unfortunately having lost all of its lush greenery. Turns out the true jump scare was climate change. Another early and extremely formative piece of horror media was that of username 666. The video, uploaded by user Nana825763 in February of 2008, shows someone, presumably Nana themselves, adding 666 to the end of the site's URL and hitting search. At first nothing happens, but as they continue to refresh the page, it begins to devolve, becoming more pixelated and distorted, with stark black and red colors beginning to bleed onto the page. After a number of refreshes, a channel called 666 finally pops up. The page is disturbing, covered in fleshy red textures with thumbnails depicting twisted masses and shadowy figures. Videos begin playing depicting pulsating organisms, and the page becomes more and more glitchy and broken as the video goes on, with Nana eventually unable to even shut off the computer. This video, which currently sits at over 17 million views, was a phenomenon and genuinely convinced large swaths of people that it was real footage. User 666 became something of a modern day virtual Bloody Mary, with kids at sleepovers around the globe typing 666 into the URL and refreshing until they found the fated channel. I'm sure I don't need to tell you lovely logical people at home that obviously user 666 was not real, and it was actually just a really impressive piece of art, especially for its time. The original video was made for a Japanese video sharing site called Nico Nico Duga, or NND, and was originally called A Cursed Video in Nico Nico. It was made as part of Slash 05, an online flash movie festival, and is noticeably different from the viral YouTube video. It's much longer, clocking in at 7 minutes instead of 4, contains a wider variety of visuals, and obviously is based around a Cursed Nico Nico page instead of a YouTube channel. Nana has come to be widely respected and acknowledged in the online horror space, not only for user 666, but for the wide variety of horror videos, images, and animations that he's posted to 2chan and his website during the early 2000s. He's currently working on a super cool haunted PS1 style game with an undecided title, and while information about the game is extremely vague, from the images that we've been shown so far, it looks extremely good. Basically, instead of being a real urban legend, username 666 ended up being something far cooler. One piece of art in a rich tapestry of 2000s internet horror art by this one incredibly talented and influential artist. Without his work, internet horror as we know it likely wouldn't be the same. An In April of 2006, not long after YouTube itself had launched, a user called David Earl uploaded a video titled Dining Room, or There Is Nothing. The video, which currently sits at over 9 million
You'll
views,
get nothing!
depicts a pale greyish woman
You
with
lose!
long red hair and a white dress sitting at a dining room table. She says something unintelligible to the camera before falling headfirst into her bowl of soup as the camera zooms out and shows the interior of the dining room with flames dancing outside the window. The video then rewinds to the start and the woman once again speaks.
There is nothing.
When the video was first uploaded, it wasn't uncommon to see re-uploads with titles like Real Cursed Video or Don't Watch Video from Hell, often with some sort of cliched urban legend attached to it, like the woman in the video would drag you to hell if you watched it at midnight, or if you watched it you'd be cursed to go to hell when you die. Which I mean, I guess it could be true, it's not like I've been able to verify that, so... Anyway, the usual
not like
rumors
I can
about how
verify
haunted
that.
and cursed the video was aside, again this was just another example of a really oppressive piece of horror art. The grainy low quality of the film adds tremendously to the forbidden old found footage vibe, and the set, acting and effects all work together incredibly well to make something that's unnervingly beautiful and aesthetically pleasing despite the unsettling content. On his blog, artist David B. Earl reflects on There Is Nothing, quote, "Of all the films I have made, perhaps the most obscure one has had the largest impact. Dining Room or There Is Nothing instantly went viral in the pre-YouTube days with more than 5 million downloads. Since then it has been viewed in excess of 10 million times and usually appears in any top 10 lists of creepy or scary videos or films. It has been an enormously entertaining experience reading the many conspiracy theories written about it, and to watch it gain popularity steadily over time, something of a rarity in YouTube films, I think. When looped, there is no actual beginning or end, and no real sense of where the beginning and end actually are. This piece was inspired by a personal paradoxical desire for empirical proof that there is nothing on the other side of life. I wanted to blur the distinction
Having laughed at a lot of what came out in the early days of YouTube, there's no question about going to hell. Yeah.
between the two states, and to state the paradox by showing someone that is coming back from life or death and denies its existence, thereby fulfilling the paradox.
The only difference now is that because everyone has a tendency to stay up way later than they should, they've moved the creepy hour of 12 o'clock to 3 a.m.
Speaking of videos that were taken out of context to spread outlandish urban legends, let's talk about I Feel Fantastic. Now usually I like to think of myself as a bit of a skeptic when it comes to videos like this, but I can't even lie, I completely bought into all the ridiculous and outlandish rumors that surrounded this one when I was younger. Embarrassingly. I Feel Fantastic is a short 2.5 minute video of an android standing in a house singing the words I feel fantastic in a robotic voice. She's made to look like a human woman with short blonde hair and a sweater, and as she sings, the video is intercut with shots of her sitting down in a black outfit and long meandering shots of a random field. While the original upload by YouTube user Creepyblog in early 2009 has since been taken down due to a mysterious copyright strike, it allegedly reached over 24 million views before it was removed. Clearly it had an incredibly widespread impact on early YouTube, and I'm sure at this point you can imagine how crazy the hearsay and urban legends got. One of the most popular and convoluted theories, and the one that I personally brought into, was that the original uploader was a serial killer and these videos were cryptic hints towards his murders. The android was some sort of effigy to one of his victims dressed up in their clothes, and the field featured in the video was the location where he buried the bodies. Another common and similarly outlandish theory was that this malevolent android had gone rogue and killed its creator, with very little evidence to support the theory other than the fact that OP had gone radio silent since the video's upload. I kinda misled you though, because the original poster was not actually Creepyblog in 2009 but a man called Tom Bergeron, that no relation to the guy who hosts America's Funniest Home Videos, all the way back in 2004. The android in the video, as he explained in both the description and his own GeoCities site, was called Tara and was created as early as 2001. Bergeron initially created her as a prototype with basic functions such as moving, talking, and following preset scripts, though she could also be remote controlled live. Bergeron claimed that she could be used for a variety of purposes such as research, display for attractions like theme parks and museums, security, or even just home use. I Feel Fantastic is actually just a short snippet from a much longer Android singing showcase slash demo DVD that Bergeron created in 2004 and made available for purchase. Though the GeoCities page suggests that Bergeron was planning to sell Tara, as far as I can tell there was never any update to the page to indicate she'd been sold, so who knows where she is now. So in reality, I Feel Fantastic is just an out of context snippet from an Android singing demo for prospective buyers, and the original uploader is just a guy who really likes robotics and wanted to share his creation with the world. To be fair, yeah, the video is pretty creepy with the low quality of the grainy footage, the weird out of place shots, the somewhat unnerving appearance of the android, and of course the singing, which combined with the discordant backing track sounds pretty eerie. But at the end of the day, it's just someone's passion project, and honestly no wonder Tom Bergeron left the internet after thousands of people began flocking to his videos to accuse him of being a murderer. It's actually really sad in my opinion, and a good reminder that while internet horror and sleuthing and theorizing can be really fun, it's really important to fact check first before dragging innocent parties into something like this, especially when the accusations are so serious. It's notable that in recent years a lot of people have returned to the video with a much more positive outlook, complimenting the creator on his craft and commenting that they actually like Tara's singing. Wherever the android is now, I hope she's doing well and still feels fantastic. Now for an actual mystery that isn't just hearsay and exaggerated rumors, though it does have its fair share of those, Blank Room Soup. Originally uploaded with the title Freaky Soup Guy in November of 2005, the video depicts a man in a blank, empty room hunched over a bowl of soup, eating it while crying. His face is covered by a black censor bar to hide his identity. Soon two figures enter the room with large cartoonish costumes and bobble-headed masks. They begin to pat him on the back as if to comfort him before the video ends. As one commenter put it, "I hate being bothered by pop vinyls while I'm eating soup too." So what the hell was up with this video? The original upload got over 1 million views and subsequent re-uploads got even more, leading people to wonder who, what, why, when, where, and if the guy in the video was even okay. Was this fake, some sort of performance art, a prank, or maybe, just maybe, this was a video from the depths of the dark web. The leading theory that formed around this video was that the man eating soup had been kidnapped and his wife killed and turned into soup, the very soup that he was eating in the video. That's why he was so hunched over and looked so tearful and distressed, meanwhile the masked figures leered over him, feigning comfort to mock him. This theory was backed up when 3 further videos were uploaded of these masked figures, including one where they appear to be in the process of kidnapping a bound victim. But where the story diverges from the previous ones that we've talked about is that it wasn't some easily explainable piece of horror art or an ARG or anything. We have to actually dig a little bit deeper to find out what is going on here. The bobble-headed mascot seen in the video were created by famous animator, artist, and all-around creative guy Raymond S. Percy. He's directed several episodes of The Simpsons and was a sequence director on The Simpsons movie. He's storyboarded on Wreck-It Ralph and Frozen, and provided speaking roles for several Disney movie characters. With credits on so many big properties and an extensive work history with Disney, it's fair to say that he's pretty successful, but one of his lesser-known projects was a character and performance called Ray Ray. Rainbot, a creator on YouTube who makes horror and true crime videos, reached out to Raymond to figure out what exactly was going on and why his costumes had featured in such a strange and disturbing video. Raymond claimed that while performing the Ray Ray act at a club called the Key Club on the Sunset Strip in Hollywood, almost all of the Ray Ray costumes and props had been stolen from the dingy, unlocked RV that they had been stored in behind the club. He also confirmed that he had initially received the video attached to an email, and he had been the one to originally upload it to YouTube to show his friends and colleagues just how weird it was. Rainbot ended the video on an inconclusive note, stating that since Raymond Percy himself had no idea where the video came from and the mystery was over a decade old, it was likely that it would never be solved. A few years after this video, another one by the channel Super Horror Bro came out. This video was a lot more sensationalized, pushing the angle that this was some deep weird mystery and sharing the account of a random internet horror theorist called Enigma, you know, very clever, who claimed that he had gotten in contact with the person who stole the costumes and made the video, and that they claimed that they wanted to make some big statement about capitalism corrupting art or something. This thief also claimed that he was the one who talked with Rainbot, not Raymond Percy, since he had hacked into all of his accounts. This whole story threw a huge spanner in the works, and personally I actually find it really annoying. Like, this Enigma character never provided any solid proof that the person that he talked to wasn't just fake or a troll, and his claim claims were kind of just taken at face value, which is crazy. Basically, screw off Enigma, your story's legitimacy is doubtful, and you should not have been used as a primary source. Aside from these two videos though,
Damn.
information on Blank Room Soup has been extremely scarce, and
Hi,
at
Grey
this point
Hand.
most people have just shelved it as
We're watching a random assortment of spooky adjacent videos. We just watched a literary analysis of Jeff the Killer. Now we are taking a look at nostalgic YouTube horror. And towards the end of the playlist, I have a bunch of animation favorites from my animation favorite playlist. Just like a couple I picked out that I wanted to share.
as a dark web mystery or a snippet from a Red Room video. But there's one other theory that's emerged which I think is far more likely. Stolen Babies. Which is the name of a band, by the way, don't worry. So Stolen Babies is an experimental rock band with a very distinctive steampunk Victorian clown kind of aesthetic, and they've performed and taken pictures with the Ray Ray costumes on numerous occasions, including one where they're being tied up and fake abducted by them. This is because the lead singer, Dominique Lenore Percy, is the sister of Raymond Percy, and they've collaborated many times, including incorporating the Ray Rays into performances and photo shoots. This isn't the only connection though. In one of the Blank Room Soup videos, we can see one of the Ray Rays kidnapping a bound figure, and this bound figure very, very heavily resembles Gil Sharon, another.
Now, I don't have Nightbot working tonight. I'm just playing this straight from an unlisted playlist, so you'd have to drop a link in the chat rather than the hashtag thing. I know, Lucario last stream was worried about spam, but I think I have spam for links turned off. I should. I don't know.
The member of Stolen Babies. Comparing it to this specific photo shoot of the band, the red jacket, black hat, dark reddish glasses, and pale white face makeup are literally identical to the point that it makes me think the video and these photos could have even been taken on the same day. In fact, I have a strong suspicion that they literally were. These three images are all part of the same photo shoot by Pixie Vision Productions, a photography service in the LA area, and they contain three props: a large oversized cartoon prop gun, rope, and two of the Ray Ray costumes. Not only does the video feature a figure heavily resembling Gil Sharon from this photo shoot, but it also features rope and two Ray Ray costumes. Coincidence? Pretty unlikely in my opinion. As for the original iconic Blank Room Soup video though, it's basically impossible to tell who the crying soup guy is. If it was a member of the band, they would have had to take off their makeup and elaborate outfit, which Gil Sharon did not do, making it slightly less likely but still possible. It also could have simply been a member of their crew or a friend. But even if Stolen Babies were behind the video, what was the motivation? Why would they make something like this? And the answer is, well, Stolen Babies are kinda weird. They're a pretty eccentric band, dressing up in extreme makeup and outfits and putting on very unique and sometimes odd performances. In my opinion, making a weird fake snuff film with cartoon characters as the abductors is absolutely within their wheelhouse, particularly because they have so many other examples of photo shoots with the Ray Rays where they imply violence or some other dark theme. If this is true, Raymond himself may have played a far more active role in this mystery than he's let on in the past. Not only is he related to a member of Stolen Babies, but he himself is no stranger to elaborate projects and performance art both online and in real life, as evidenced by the Ray Ray character itself as well as some of his other work. Some of Raymond's original uploads of the video on sites like Metacafe and Dailymotion have descriptions like, "A clip of people who look like us doing something we would never do, promise. What's happening in this clip and why do these people look like us?" This reads to me more like lighthearted joking or trolling or like an in-joke between friends rather than something genuinely serious. So does Blank Room Soup have a case closed 100% satisfactory tied in a bow conclusion? Definitely not. There are still tons of questions and we don't really have a definitive answer yet. But in my personal opinion, I think it was basically a joke / prank conducted by Raymond and his sister with the help of the Stolen Babies crew. Maybe it started as an in-joke and then when the video blew up and people began taking it super seriously, they got too embarrassed to admit that it was just a prank, or maybe they liked the mythos that surrounded the video and didn't want to ruin everyone's fun. But at the end of the day, that's just my own personal personal theory, and it's still 100% possible that Raymond and stolen babies had nothing to do with the video, and it's an authentic internet mystery. I'm really curious to hear what you guys think though. Definitely let me know what your theories are in the comments and where you think this video came from. For some reason, one of the biggest genres of content on 2010's YouTube was compilations of quote-unquote cursed commercials. I mentioned that sort of bottom-of-the-barrel top 10 list format earlier, and these were very much that. Most of the time they were like 10 or 15 commercials edited back to back in Windows Movie Maker with the title of the ad coming up in Comic Sans if you were lucky, and by gum we ate it up. The definition of cursed tended to be pretty loose in these videos since most of them were just vaguely creepy advertisements, actually most often PSAs. Public service announcements campaigning against things like drugs, drink driving, violence, etc. tend to be pretty grave and serious in tone, and a lot of the time they'll use shock or even scare tactics. Naturally, they're pretty creepy, you know, one minute you're an innocent kid watching Cat Dog in the morning, and the next minute some really serious shit is popping up on your screen, often using really unsettling or even grotesque imagery to scare you out of, like, smoking marijuana or something. But regardless of how creepy they are and how off guard they catch you while you're trying to watch Golden Girls reruns or something, they're not actually cursed. That is, unless you're talking about the cursed Kleenex commercial. Released in 1986 and reposted to YouTube in May of 2006, the cursed Kleenex commercial was one of the earliest examples of a viral cursed commercial and very likely introduced many internet denizens to the concept for the first time. The video depicts a woman dressed all in white interacting with a baby dressed up as a Japanese ogre. The woman takes a Kleenex from the box, letting it fly away as the Kleenex logo pops up and the ad ends. Throughout the entire video, this haunting melody plays, a woman's voice singing out in a somber tone with no backing instrumentals or music, just her own melancholy voice. It's not exactly the scariest commercial ever, you know, it's not exactly the kind of thing that I would imagine would have Kleenex boxes flying off the shelves, but it's not the most horrific thing I've ever seen.
Oh
But
yeah, I
no,
agree.
Not only was this commercial super scary and terrifying, it was also haunted, #real, #not clickbait. People claim that the song
Oh, there's an idea for a comic strip. Sid watching his Saturday morning cartoons and then like a really over-the-top violent PSA on not doing drugs pops up on the TV and it scares him. Like, it scares him really bad. Like, why would you do this? Why would you put this before my cartoons? Like, why?
was actually a German curse which translated to die, die, everyone is cursed and will be killed. People also claim that anyone who watched
Have
the
Sid
full
watch
commercial
Reefer
would die,
Madness.
and a video
Oh, no.
posted in 2013 by YouTuber Shrouded Hand depicting the video becoming distorted at midnight fueled these rumors even further. Even after the commercial was pulled due to complaints, the legend persisted, claiming that the woman and the baby had died or that the entire cast and crew had befallen some horrible fate. Like many urban legends on the internet though, it sounds super scary and serious on the surface level, but once you dig a little bit deeper, it's a pretty easily debunked myth. The reason that I couldn't play you that creepy Kleenex baby music is because it's copyrighted by a company called Cherry Red Records who actually own the song. It's called It's a Fine Day and was written by the poet Edward Barton and performed by his girlfriend Jane Lancaster. It was meant to be performed as a sort of spoken word poem song thing, thus the lack of instrumentals or backing tracks and the mysterious haunting performance. I honestly have no idea where the German curse rumor came from since the song is clearly sung in English with English lyrics, so the whole it translates to everyone is cursed thing doesn't really track since you can't translate English into more English. While it is true, according to Atlas Obscura, that the ad was pulled in Japan due to complaints about its unsettling nature, it was never cursed or haunted, and neither the actress nor the baby perished in any commercial-related accidents. Another advertisement which was shared around early YouTube was This Is a Special Time, also known as the Little Baby's Ice Cream ad.
I eat little baby's ice cream. It keeps me young. It keeps me light on my feet. I spring from activity to activity. I love my job. I love my life.
This video was usually the #1 entry in those aforementioned top creepiest commercials and PSAs videos, and tons of YouTubers took the footage and edited it to be even more creepy, adding shadows and distortion and creepy music and ooh. Naturally, with the internet being The internet rumors swirled about the video being haunted or cursed or possessing the power to kill whoever watched it. And while I understand why these rumors spawned, I mean, yeah, the ad is pretty creepy, it was actually just incredibly effective viral marketing. See, Little Baby's Ice Cream was a small ice cream company based in Philadelphia whose whole shtick was wacky ice cream flavors like pizza, everything bagel, chipotle chocolate, cucumber dill, balsamic banana. You get the idea, it was hipster ice cream for hipsters. But being a small company, they didn't really have a super big budget for advertising, only around $3,500.
Okay, I'm sorry for getting off track for a second, but speaking of weird commercials. Quiet. Speaking of weird commercials. It's not a creepy one, but it's one that lives rent-free in my head. I feel like I've played this on stream before. But here it is.
Jerry Beans, hi hi. Jerry Beans, hi hi. Jerry Beans. 俺のは愛しているからかしら。
Jerry beans on my mind. Jerry beans on my mind. I cry my eyes out over you.
Jerry Beans on my mind. I cry my eyes out over you. I need the full version of that song. Please.
In an interview with LBB Online, Doug Garth Williams, the man who directed the commercial, said, quote, "The reason the owners approached me in the first place was that they knew if they gave me freedom on this project, I would give them a concept that would stand out and have a good possibility of going viral on a tight budget. During casting, I was paying careful attention to the eyes. Based on how I planned to shoot the film, I knew that the eyes would really stand out. The actor, Asa, had these really piercing, distinctive eyes. The basic idea of the scene was that the character was literally giving up an important part of themselves in pursuit of the incredible sensation that devouring their own ice cream body provides. It's pretty twisted, but they are actually lobotomizing themselves as the ad proceeds. As they eat, their original sense of self decreases and the compulsive drive to consume their own delicious ice cream body grows. Gotta respect the dude for putting this much thought into the psyche of his ice cream monster." The company never expected for the video to take off as much as it did, but obviously it did, currently sitting at over 19 million views. It just goes to show that while creepy advertisements were and honestly still are a pretty popular genre of internet horror, often the stories behind them turn out to be far more interesting than the videos themselves. And it also goes to show that if someone on the internet tells you that a video is cursed, it's definitely not cursed.
Yeah, here we go.
Many of the
Salad
most
fingers.
popular horror series and ARGs on YouTube today are animated, hand-drawn, or even puppeted, and this trend absolutely has roots in early YouTube horror spaces. One of the most famous examples is Salad Fingers. Released on YouTube in May of 2007, the animated short runs just under 2 minutes and tells the tale of Salad Fingers, a long-fingered green thing who really likes spoons. Yes, that's the plot of the short. Salad Fingers likes rusty spoons in a really weird way. He goes into a house, asks a random kid for spoons, and that's about it. It was originally released on Newgrounds in 2004 and really reflects that 2000s Newgrounds let epic random style of humor with short nonsensical plot and weird random dialogue, but despite this it had an incredibly unique style. Even before the first episode of Salad Fingers released, the creator David Firth had a substantial library of art and videos, all with this incredibly unique, grimy and gross yet incredibly striking and dark art style. It was very visceral, and this was on full display in Salad Fingers, and though the animation was pretty rudimentary, the art style was incredibly unique, and the bizarre premise mixed with the creepy, off-putting vibe really caught the attention of Newgrounds users, and subsequently YouTube users when the short was uploaded there several years later. Unlike the previous spooky videos that we've covered, no one tried to take Salad Fingers and weave a tall tale about how it was cursed or haunted, but it still became an absolutely iconic staple on the internet in the early days. It's the kind of video that you'd pull up at like a sleepover or at school to be like, hey guys, check out this video I've heard about, it's super weird, and then you'll watch it and you're kind of like confused and brushing it off and kind of nervously laughing like, what even was that? But then you'll kind of sit with this really uncomfortable, unsettled feeling that you can't quite put your finger on. Can't quite put your salad finger on. The first episode is currently sitting at over 43 million views, and it's spawned 12 more episodes so far, with more in the works according to David Firth. While the first video was just a random short with little to no plot, as subsequent episodes came out, a complex plot began to form with subtle hints and symbolism hinting towards a more in-depth and complicated story. Covering the entire chronology and meaning behind Salad Fingers would be a whole video or 5 of its own, so I won't
You
go
should
into
do
it
it.
today, especially considering how many other people have covered it at this point. It was pretty
Aw.
infamously covered by Film Theory in 2016, which renewed attention towards the short and inspired tons of people to start making in-depth analysis on it. Salad Fingers had started as more of a joke, a creepy, weird, gross-out video to show friends at school, but over time it developed into so much more.
The Salad
Viewers
Fingers
went
lore
from
gets
brushing it off
insane.
as a simple, goofy animation to taking it seriously as a piece of art, weaving the tale together, connecting the dots, and spending hours collaborating with others to put the story together, which is something that I really appreciate about the horror climate today. The genre is taken a lot more seriously. Like, people complain about the oversaturation of the 10-hour Five Nights at Freddy's lore analysis style horror videos, but I would much rather take that over top 10 scariest ghost sightings, top 10 haunted and cursed commercials that will kill you if you watch them, or just in general lazy reposts of horror videos claiming that they're cursed or haunted. Not only was that content just super lazy in general, but I feel like it kind of undermined the artist. You know, horror videos don't have to be haunted or cursed or real to make them scary. They're genuine pieces of art that people put a lot of work into, and you can just think they're cool because they're cool. They don't need to have some sensationalized clickbaity story surrounding them. You can just appreciate them as art. Anyway, rant over. I just feel like it's a really good example of how the internet has really embraced horror in recent years, especially the theory crafting side of it, which in my opinion is really cool. David Firth continued making art and animations all throughout the 2000s and 2010s and is still active today. He's worked on numerous other popular YouTube series and shorts, including 2009's Sock and 2017's Cream, as well as numerous TV shows and projects. I'm glad that he's gotten so much recognition and has had such a successful career, considering how influential his work was and still continues to be online.
Oh, don't hug me, I'm scared. Hell yeah. I remember back in the day when I was watching a lot of these weird YouTube animations, I watched a fan-made Salad Fingers video. I don't remember, I don't remember, everything about it, but basically he was hosting a party, and someone brings him a gift at the door. He opens it up, and it's spoons, but he recognizes that he's like, stainless steel. Who invited you? And that stuck with me, it just it was funny. God. Anyway, puppets.
I can't think of a better video to end this video on than the original Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. After all, the first video was published in 2011 as a simple standalone horror short, and now the entire series of 6 YouTube episodes have well over 100 million views collectively, as well as an actual publicized Channel 4 television series. It's a fantastic example of the old internet and its horror climate growing and evolving over time and tangibly influencing the horror that we see on the site today. I'm not going to get into the entire series series or the lore because, you know, I wouldn't want to steal MatPat's thunder or anything, so we're just going to cover the original upload, the one that launched the series into viral popularity in the first place. Don't Hug Me I'm Scared was uploaded in July of 2011 by Becky Sloan and
Yeah, I
Joe
haven't
Pelling
watched
of
the
This
actual
Is It
series
Collective,
yet.
a film and animation group. The theme of the day here is old internet horror influencing what we see today, and a huge genre that you see almost everywhere today is innocent kids media, but spooky. Now, Don't Hug Me I'm Scared was absolutely not the first to do this. Taking something you'd typically assume to be innocent and sweet and kid-friendly and making it dark is one of the most classic horror tropes out there, and there are countless examples.
Better
most
than the
notably in
YouTube series,
creepypasta
really.
genre. I mean, hell, when I was like 7, there were kids singing "I hate you, you hate me, let's get together and kill Barney" on the playground like constantly. What I'm saying is, cute kids thing but dark is definitely not new. But DHMIS took this well-worn trope and portrayed it in such a masterful, unique, and visually appealing way that it really helped to repopularize the trope in mainstream media. The short opens on 3 kids show mascot-looking characters, a yellow guy, a red noodly guy, and a bird all sitting at a table looking bored. Suddenly, a pad of paper begins singing a catchy song about creativity, getting the 3 to start having fun and thinking creatively. Towards the end of the video, as the song goes on, things get spooky as we see shots of a real heart, a bloody pie, the word death in cut-out letters, and the 3 shaking crazily as the music becomes discordant and the peppy educational song goes off the rails. The short ends with the pad of paper asking them all to agree to never be creative again. Don't Hug Me I'm Scared is short and simple, but the gorgeous art direction, amazing set, epic practical effects, lovingly crafted props and puppets, super catchy song, and the combination of hilarity and horror made it stick out for a lot of people, myself included. I remember my first experience with Don't Hug Me I'm Scared was when I was a lot younger and my sibling showed it to me, and I'm gonna be honest, I honestly don't think that any other piece of media has traumatized me like that one did. I don't even know what it was about it, but that whole day I was so paranoid that I was gonna have nightmares about them that as night began to draw closer, I started like shaking and having hot flashes. I was terrified. Obviously nowadays I can appreciate the sheer artistry of the entire series. It's incredibly impressive, as well as the inherent humor of it, which I think really flew over my head as a kid. But back then I was not having a good time, and I'm sure that I'm not the only kid who was kind of scarred from watching it. This is another example of a short that absolutely deserved the hype that it got, and I'm so pleased that not only did it become a huge phenomenon on YouTube, but Becky Sloan and Joe Pelling now have a Don't Hug Me I'm Scared television series airing on Channel 4, which you should absolutely watch. It's genuinely good and really funny, and I hope it gets like a bajillion more seasons because I want there to be more creative and unique shows like this out there. Though many might brush off early YouTube horror as rudimentary or cheap, I honestly couldn't disagree more. It had its fair share of clickbait trash, of course, just as we do today, but as we've seen in this video, a lot of the earliest horror videos on the site were beautiful, masterful, interesting. From experimental short films to lovingly crafted animations to bizarre commercials to shock and hoax videos. All of these pieces of media help to weave the tapestry of art that was early horror YouTube, and it's a cloth that horror creators continue to cut from today. Look at any popular horror series or ARG and I guarantee that you'll see remnants of these formative videos reflected in them. It's incredibly interesting to me to see how things change and evolve over time, especially in expansive genre with such a rich history like internet horror. It's also just kind of neat looking back at these videos that I haven't seen for years and figuring out their backstories and seeing how they hold up and if they're as scary as I remember. And honestly, a lot of them are, but for very different reasons than I thought they were back then. You know, I don't think any of them are haunted or cursed now. I think they're just genuinely impressive pieces of horror art that honestly were well ahead of their time. They're all honestly incredible, and at the time they were very convincing pieces of horror art that still continue to influence the site today, and they very much deserve their icon status. Even though a lot of people aren't going to remember them the fondest since, you know, they kind of scarred them for life. But I want to know what you guys think. Definitely let me know in the comments if there are any that I missed out. I feel like there are so many iconic YouTube videos that were popular back in the early days that have really impacted how horror works on the site today. Honestly, there are so many that I couldn't include them all in this video. I just tried to kind of pick and choose some of my favorites and some of the ones that I think were the most influential. But yeah, definitely let me know what your favorites are. What ones scarred you as a child? What ones do you think are really cool? What ones do you think haven't held up at all? As always, I'm really interested to hear the conversation. I love reading the comments and the kind of conversations that you guys have, So
all.
yeah, please do share your thoughts. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry about the changing backgrounds. I know I've had different backgrounds in a couple of my latest videos, and I still might maybe change some things in the back here, but I think that's probably what I'm going to stick with. Also, I'm sorry that the lighting is kind of whack. I'm literally just using the window over there, so it might be kind of terrible looking, but hopefully I'll be able to fix up a lighting system in the future. But anyway, thank you for bearing with me through that. I know it can be kind of like annoying, so hopefully it wasn't too distracting or anything. Let me know if you have any like feedback on it or things that you think could help with the setup or anything.
Get this woman a proper
yeah.
studio.
Anyway, I've rambled for too long. Thank you so much for watching. I've very much enjoyed covering this topic. I find it really interesting. So yeah, I really hope you enjoyed it too, and I hope to see you in the next one. Bye! A huge thank you to my Garfield overlords over on Patreon. Fitzy, Doug, Ren
The
Pendragon,
Garfield
Astro Vortex,
overlords.
Blue Mayfeld, Caramel Coffee Bean, Charlie B, Dana Homegardener, David Martinez, Dozo Blind, Grip Gunderson, Helm Hamburger Hand, Hazy, Jesse Chisholm, Katrina Likes 5e Stuff, Lee XX, Michelle Olsen, Oliver Brains, Sheriff Whiskey, Simon, Strawberries, The Fabulous Librarian, Xavier Araujo, A Riddle Wrapped in Enigma Hidden by a Question Mark, Electro Kitten, Joe Bradshaw, Matt LRJ, and SHSL Sunsun. Thank you guys so much for supporting me. It means the world. If you want to join these guys over on Patreon, the link will be in the description. And yeah, thank you guys for being awesome. I really hope you enjoyed the video, and I hope to see you in the next one. Bye!
Moving right along into our next topic.
It's no secret that the 1990s through the 2000s was one of the most important and beloved eras for children's entertainment. Pixar was in their prime, putting out classic after classic. Nickelodeon was pumping out most of their iconic shows that they're still remembered for today, and the Cartoon Network was still the beloved Cartoon Network that you remember. At the top of its game, even serving as a gateway to weebdom with their Toonami anime block.
Transmission. Uploading video for broadcast. Alright, Tom, we're ready.
I love this job.
Yeah, that's a hint of nostalgia right there. This era was defined by its edge, though. Tim Burton and Johnny Depp ruled movie theaters with movie after movie, some great and some not so much. Survival horror was also at its peak of popularity, with Resident Evil just getting into its action horror phase, and the less than accurate film adaptations playing in theaters everywhere. And even outside of just the horror-tinged side of things, media in general was in its very own attitude era. It was full of shock and spectacle. No matter what the medium was or the age demographic it was targeting, things were getting darker, grittier, more mean-spirited, or I guess just grittier. I used the word already, but that's the best way I can define it. Whether it was fun, tongue-in-cheek stuff, something that was somber and heart-pulling, or even something that was action-focused or traditional horror, all of it was getting darker. And this is a huge reason as to why this era is so fondly remembered, because it pushed boundaries and played into themes that were previously reserved for more adult or a lot more serious stories. And culturally, the darkness had rarely been dominant as a mainstream force outside of the aforementioned more serious forms that it took. But if there was one specific flavor of edge that was most common and most palpable during this time period, it would actually be children's horror media. Shows like Are You Afraid of the Dark and the book series Goosebumps opened up the floodgates, and as their popularity shined, so did the gold in the eyes of every executive who who began to greenlight as much horror-themed media for kids as they could, and the boom would start. Now, to be fair, this wasn't just some soulless attempt at making money either. Children's horror really was a big deal. I mean, in the 90s, one of the most popular book series was Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, which, beyond its childishly creepy stories, had art that, even as an adult, looks terrifying to me. And despite the childhood trauma, it was a great time to be a kid, because the creativity and general quality of media from this era was on another level. But that's an entire rabbit hole of its own. Rather, for today, I want to talk about one specific trend that happened during this time, and that would be the phenomenon of horror cartoons.
Are you afraid of the dark? The ghastly grinner messed me up for a while as a kid. Phew. Man.
We interrupt this program to bring you Courage the Cowardly Dog Show!
The late 90s began a trend that would dominate for a damn near decade, and that was cartoons aimed at kids with themes of the macabre, goth-style aesthetics, and humor based around the things typically used to terrify. And while that might seem like a recipe for absolute disaster, it was actually really good. And like any good thing, it couldn't last forever. And so just as quickly as it showed up, it would fade away, leaving a void that's never really been filled since. So with that being said, why don't we talk about the lost art of horror cartoons? Alright, so in order to start this off, we have to talk about the granddaddy of all of this, and that's Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo was a show that started airing back when your grandparents' parents were kids. It's one of the longest lasting franchises of all time, and as silly as that might sound considering its premise, it's ultimately a timeless show because of said premise. Slapstick humor surrounding adventurous teens is a tried and true formula, and with its sense of humor and iconic characters, it lives in the same realm as something like the Peanuts or Looney Tunes. A timeless classic that stayed a staple of children's lives for many generations past its initial shelf life. But to call it a horror cartoon is quite a bit of a stretch. Scooby-Doo is a very simple premise for a series. You have some 60s teenagers loading up in their van with their talking dog, each being a social archetype for the time period, and they go all around town trying to find proof of the paranormal and investigate the uncanny. But where the formula really sets in is that the endpoint was almost always the same. The most pressing and prominent theme of Scooby-Doo was that monsters didn't exist. Every supposed evil creature or haunting ghost was just a bad man in a mask. And this was to teach children not to fear monsters under their bed, and instead be more skeptical, and when they do come across an evil monster or a scary story, to suspect that that evil or danger that they're encountering is more than likely at the hands of a person. And while this is a fun little moral to teach young children, the problem is that the show went on for God knows how many decades, and that never changed. That premise stayed exactly the same as it was from day one. But come the 90s, everything would change, and Scooby-Doo would, just like it did in the 60s, change cartoons forever by really popularizing a new idea. And that idea would be children's horror, genuine children's horror. And that was all done with one little movie known as Scooby-Doo Zombie Island.
There are monsters who dwell in our nightmares. Creatures of unspeakable horror, plotting to destroy mankind. But in this world, there are warriors who have the courage to confront this evil.
Well, to be fair to other shows that had come along and shown real danger and overt monsters and characters before, this was the first time something really walked the tightrope of children's entertainment meant to elicit the whimsical and actual dread from
Jim.
monsters who could do harm. Here, the zombies were real, and they were a definite danger for the time. But because it's Scooby-Doo, the movie never devolves into straight up horror or childhood trauma territory. And that's something that I want to bring up here. There were plenty of children's oriented, or I guess marketed, movies and cartoons at this point that had crossed the threshold into horror, but the difference is that Scooby-Doo, like I said before, actually walked the tightrope. It stayed grounded in children's media, whereas much of the other stuff was either raunchy shows that would play on the surreal, like Ren and Stimpy, or it was just nightmare-fueled childhood trauma stuff that wasn't really meant for kids in the first place, like Watership Down. And that's because for the longest time, and even to this day, animation in the West, and especially America, is treated kind of as a weird taboo for adults to enjoy. You know, it wasn't until very recently that anime became normal for people to like in the mainstream. For the longest time, it was considered this dorky man-child thing that everyone shit on, and cartoons in general that were made here had to be for kids. Because anytime that something was an adult-oriented animated show or movie, 9 times out of 10, it was some stupid adult comedy where they just make sex jokes the entire time. You'd occasionally get something that was released straight to DVD, or an attempt at doing something that was a bit more for an older audience, like the movie 9. But for the most part, it's always existed in two realms. You have children's animation, which can be just about anything, but it's aimed at kids, or it's going to be Sausage Party. Yeah, fuck this movie, by the way. So, needless to say, it was revolutionary for its time, and something deeply needed to revive what was a super played out franchise for the era. And while Scooby-Doo from Zombie Island was far from the first movie to ever play with these themes, it was the movie that really solidified the genre of children's horror. And going forward, it would become more and more of a prominent piece of entertainment, especially in the animated realm. But as much work as it did do, there was a show that would come out just a year later that would arguably be the most important piece of the puzzle.
Courage the Cowardly Dog.
You can't really talk about children's horror without talking about Courage. In the realm of kids' scary cartoons, Courage the Cowardly Dog was to TV what Goosebumps was for books. It was the gateway for children to get hooked on horror. And Courage earned this by being hilarious, scary, and relatable all at the same time. The show is famous for a reason. Obviously, you have the nightmare fuel of its monsters that played a huge part in doing that, but something else that Courage had that most of the other shows I'm going to mention here didn't was true relatability. Courage, being the scared little guy that he is, while also being loyal enough not just to abandon his family, was extremely relatable to kids. Because that's how most children felt during their adolescence. I mean, hell, that's how I felt as a kid. I would be scared shitless of whatever imaginary monster I heard in the middle of the night. But I couldn't just abandon my family and run away. And that's probably how the majority of people felt as little kids, and this is exactly what makes Courage as relatable as he is. The mixture of raw fear and devotion to his family and to his caretakers is what makes Courage such a compelling show, and grounds it much more than anything else that we're going to talk about today. Now, for the 10 of you who haven't seen it, Courage the Cowardly Dog follows the Monster of the Week format, where each episode is self-contained.
Gonna turn my heater
on.
on.
For the most part, at least. There are some villains who do make multiple appearances, but that is kind of a special case sort of thing. For the most part, the show uses this format to get the most out of itself, as it's not just a spooky monster story after spooky monster story. Courage would lead into all sorts of horror, and it would play with its themes, its tone, and its intentions episode by episode. Sometimes you got the more typical horror comedy setup like Courage Meets the Mummy, and other times you would get something that dipped into more heartfelt and meaningful territory with episodes like The Hunchback of Notre
Okay, I was just checking to see if my mic was working. Okay.
Nowhere, The Hunchback of Nowhere is a short story about a disfigured hunchback looking for shelter in the rain, only to be mocked and rejected by Eustace. Courage ends up befriending the hunchback, and the two enjoy performing their bells together, and the kindness means a lot to this stranger. But things take a turn when Eustace comes back in and starts to harass Courage, and this is something that the hunchback sees and empathizes with, considering what he's been through throughout his life. This helps develop a really strong bond between Courage and the hunchback, and it only gets stronger as the episode goes on and he's introduced to Muriel, Courage's mother. And she is, well, if you've seen the show, the embodiment of kindness and southern hospitality. And as you would expect, she befriends the hunchback as well, to the chagrin of Eustace, who can't stand it. The episode culminates in Courage and the hunchback performing once again together. Eustace, again, coming to berate and attack the both of them, and this leads to the hunchback giving him a taste of his own medicine and beating him up. With the episode wrapping up with the hunchback going on with his journey, now cherishing the newfound friends that he's made, and the rare kindness that he got to experience. Now, it's episodes like this that really made Courage different from most other children's horror, as it was able to play onto more serious themes and life lessons like this, and it never felt ham-fisted or forced. But on the other side of the coin, Courage the Cowardly Dog would also show some real-world evils and fears, and take things in a much darker direction. This is most prominent with the character Fred, who, let's just say, is a really great example here. Fred is Muriel's nephew, and in the show, he's this creepy man who has a compulsion to cut people's hair, and when he does, he gets uncomfortably excited about it, to the point where he likes to trap people into the situation and force a haircut onto them. Fred himself is someone who's been in and out of mental institutions and seems to take way too much pleasure in forcing haircuts onto his victims, while also playing into power dynamics with the people around him, manipulating and intimidating others so he can take full control at all times. I think it's pretty obvious what this character represents. He is an abuser, and more specifically, a sexual abuser. And while that's a really heavy topic to take on in a children's cartoon, again, this is what really set Courage apart from the pack and made it the king of horror cartoons. It wasn't afraid to touch serious subject matter, both heartfelt and terrifying, instilling messages that actually meant something to its viewers. Any adult who reminded a child of Fred would be a massive red flag, and while it's wishful thinking, if a child also empathized with the hunchback, then maybe they would think twice before writing someone off for their looks or for just being a bit odd. And these powerful messages and explorations of adult themes through a child-friendly guise was what really separated Courage from everything else. And this was on top of what was already an extremely entertaining and funny show that just liked to scare you. I mean, we all remember this.
Return the slab.
What?
Yeah, say the line!
Return the slab. Or suffer my curse.
So tie all this together with some amazing sound design, creative uses of horror, and the show's ability to just become a fucking fever dream, I think it's obvious why Courage is an experience unlike anything else. And why, to this day, it's still a staple to anyone's childhood who got to see it.
Oh yeah,
Johnny
here
the
we go.
Homicidal Maniac is a 90s comic series focused around the titular serial killer and his murderous escapades. The series is both beloved and hated alike, usually at the same time by the same people, because it's a deeply flawed story with likable characters and great art. The book goes back and forth between serious instances of Nee debating on whether or not he should end his own life, deep instances of existential dread, and jumping to the conclusion where a simple cherry slushie makes the sunshine once again all right with the world. It's wacky, it's weird, and it's blood-soaked from end to end, with most of its humor coming from the contrast of the stupidity of the character and their childish, and outlandish reactions to the brutal and downright Saw-level torture and death happening in front of them. JTHM would end up being an underground classic, garnering a cult following of edgy teens and goths everywhere. And not long after its release would spawn a sequel spin-off titled Squee, which focused on Nee's child neighbor Squee and the awful situations that he would always find himself in, holding an equally twisted humor and hysterics. Now, what does all this have to do with horror cartoons?
I still need to read
Nickelodeon
Squee.
would see both these
I've been
comic
really
books,
wanting to.
look at Yonan Vasquez in the face and think, yeah, this guy should make a children's show. And that's how Invader Zim was born. Yonan Vasquez and his cynical and twisted sense of humor would spawn one of the most divisive yet important cartoons of the early 2000s. And that would be Invader Zim, a show that sits next to Courage the Cowardly Dog in terms of its popularity as a horror cartoon. And for good reason. The approach used is similar to what can be seen in most media that plays with the ideas of reverse horror. And if you don't know what that means, it is seeing the story through the monster's eyes. Though in the case of Zim, it's kind of in the middle, as we're following an alien invader on his quest of world domination. He's also a brain-dead moron, and more often than not is a victim to many of the horrors the show has to show us. And that's what made it so special. Invader Zim is downright iconic to anyone who grew up with it, myself included, and it's easy to see why. Like Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, Zim takes on a similar tone, just more subdued, but also not really. The show got away with some of the most twisted shit I've ever seen in a kid's show, like the episode Balonius Maximus, where Zim's main antagonist Dib discovers that throwing bologna at Zim causes it to burn and disfigure him. So Zim's response to the situation is to infect Dib with a DNA-shifting virus that will slowly turn him into a living piece of bologna. To which he tries to coax a cure out of Zim by infecting him with the same disease, and the episode ending with them failing to make a cure and fully transforming into living links of bologna. This is the perfect mixture of stupid, terrifying, and hilarious. It's Metamorphosis, but with processed pig products instead of roaches. And it was this sort of dark, cynical humor that made the show what it is, by taking genuinely disturbing concepts, and even straight up body horror, and contorting it into pure stupidity that ultimately defangs what could be genuinely traumatic material for kids to see. But that's not to say that Zim was always just about being dark and twisted too. Like most cartoons, it was also just enjoyed for being stupid. Like the inclusion of the character Poop Dog, a ridiculous soda mascot who's just Snoop Dogg in a dog costume, acting as the Grim Reaper. Something that's so dumb to say out loud, but even all these years later makes me laugh just to think about.
Word up, kids! This is Poop Dog, the Poop Cola Gangsta Clown with a little fundraiser. Do you want to go magnet with the monies?
What does that mean?
Then jack this box of Poop Cola candy. It's the great taste of Poop Cola wrapped in a layer of chocolate badness.
Invader Zim lives on that tightrope, and it likes to cross lines all the time in regards of being terrifying and absolutely twisted, and so stupid you can't take it seriously. But that's not to say that it didn't cross into truly disturbing territory from time to time. The most famous example of this would probably be the infamous episode Dark Harvest, where upon having to go to the nurse's office, Dib taunts Zim with the fact that if he gets checked out by the nurse, they're going to find out that he doesn't have human organs. So, Zim's solution is simple. He starts stealing organs from his fellow schoolmates and replacing them with various items strewn about the school, which lightheartedly included a pigeon,
Yeah, it was.
and downright sadistically included an explosive shock collar. This results in Zim becoming a deformed, bloated creature filled to the brim with children's organs. And I don't think it takes a genius to see just how fucked up this is. But that's Yonan Vasquez for you. Even in his children's cartoon, he can't help himself but sneak gore into it. I mean, just take a look at Bloody Gur. This was an Easter egg that they slipped into the show from time to time. That's just a drawing of Gur covered in blood. Though, if I were to pick an episode that really demonstrates the horror of Zim the best, it would actually be the episode Bestest Friend.
Agreed.
As per usual with each episode, it's about Zim's outwardly terrible ruse to be human being noticed by most of the other kids.
I love this episode, but I simultaneously hate it at the same time because subconsciously this is where my inspiration for Sid came from. This is the core influence for him. Like, Keith is just Sid.
And him taking an exaggerated and terrible plan to prove them wrong way too far. In this case, he decides he needs a best friend in order to show that he isn't some weirdo loner, and does so by going to the reject table and selecting the ginger kid, Keith, to be his new best friend. But not before torturing the other kids. The result is an episode filled with Zim showing off Keith as his best friend, and once the charades are over, he tries to cut ties only for Keith, a lonely reject, never being able to catch the hint that he was just used. And Zim's response to deal with it by the end of the episode is...
Keith. Yes. Who's your best friend? That would be Zim.
It's really, really cruel. And that cruelty is where the core of Invader Zim's horror comes from, in my opinion. Because while most children's cartoons want to have a positive message to tie themselves off with, Zim is borderline nihilistic in its approach, reveling in the cruelty of its horror and taking what could be horrible and terrifying situations and depicting them in the stupidest way possible, oftentimes leaving you with a bad ending for all parties involved. Something even Courage didn't dabble in as much.
Mr. Meaty.
When it comes to obscure and disturbing cartoons from the 2000s, no show is more infamous than Mr. Meaty.
I was really surprised to see this on the list, but, you know, I don't disagree. The theme song alone disturbed me, because, like, that's a pretty fucking bold claim to have your theme song say all God's creatures fresh off the grill. That is some wild shit. But yeah, go off.
Mr. Meaty was a Canadian show animated using puppets, because nothing looks cuter than puppets that look designed to appear as ugly and stupid as possible. Airing originally on Nick before being thrown on Nicktoons, Nickelodeon's old side channel used for reruns and series they had no faith in. They did you so wrong, my sweet prince. The show was destined from its inception to be one of those bizarre memory holes that lives in people's minds for all the wrong reasons. Its premise was simple. Two teenage dimwits work at a fast food restaurant, and whether it be incompetence, puberty, general stupidity, or sometimes just unfortunate luck, something causes them to get into wacky shenanigans. So, you know, the normal sort of thing that you would expect from a kid's show. Where Mr. Meaty likes to defy expectations is in just how fucking disgusting and outright
Oh yeah, Mr. Meaty is
terrifying it
wild.
at times. The entire show feels like a surreal fever dream to watch these days. And like the thing you could see in the background of a movie or video game, as a show one of the characters would watch, not as a real show that human beings would sit down and enjoy. In many ways, Mr. Meaty actually reminds me of the music of The Residents, where some of their more obtuse and weird releases like God in Three Persons contains this strange otherworldly feel to it, like something that shouldn't be real. And it's that uncanny kind of feeling that lies at the heart of Mr. Meaty and its gross out humor. While it may not be a horror cartoon in the traditional sense, don't get it twisted, Mr. Meaty was absolutely disturbing, especially for children. The show didn't just revel in gross out humor, but also sadistic torture of its main characters.
Thing's strong. What's going on? No, I don't know.
What was that?
I think that was my spine.
Oh,
And
don't worry.
obviously, there's also the
They bring it
tapeworm
up.
scene that's become infamous on the internet as
Yep.
well.
Handled these little beauties before.
Oh god.
Okay, come on. Here we go. Come on in. That's the stuff.
Or, you know, you have this.
Just relax. Relax and just listen to my voice. Relax.
And to put it simply, Mr. Meaty sold itself as a gross out series, but more accurately, was a cynical horror show that used much of its comedy to comment on the awful health practices of fast food, poor treatment of both customers and employees, and talk about the not so fun parts of growing up, all while mixing in some good old innuendos, shock humor, disturbing sections, and heart-sinkingly cringe situations. One way or another, the show is going to make you feel anxious and uncomfortable, and that's why Mr. Meaty, even though it looks far away from being anything related to horror, is one of the most traumatizing shows I have ever seen in my life.
The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy is my all-time favorite cartoon. Not only was it my childhood, but it's one of those shows that really shaped me as a person. Now, I know that might sound stupid to some of you, but during its heyday, there was nothing else quite like it. Even among the other Cartoon Network shows at the time that were dabbling in similar topics. It's a cartoon that constantly played with fire, taking folklore and mythology and twisting it to be the butt of juvenile and outright stupid humor.
Ooh, a secret cave! Ha! Mandy, I found it! I do have a brain! Hi, brain! I miss you!
But that's what made it special. This was the era where you could make a silly show about King Tut existing in modern times as a lighthearted family show, or like we previously talked
Yeah,
about,
Tuttenstein.
hire some edgelord whose only previous work was about serial killers and scared children, full of gore, profanity, and sacrilegious bile to make a TV Y7 hit. Billy and Mandy, however, took a very different approach from Zim and really every other show we've talked about. Sure, it would play on some dark themes revolving around death, hell, existentialism, and mean-spirited twists of fate, but at its core, it was a classic kind of Looney Tunes style cartoon. Not so much Bugs Bunny doing just physical comedy, but
Yeah,
the mixture
I
of
remember
physical
him.
comedy with the type of dialogue and personalities that you would only see in more vibrant cartoons of the past.
Don't worry about it, I'll get it. Honey! You're back. Are you feeling okay?
I'm wonderful. Never been better. I just needed a little vacation after my skeleton episode.
Dear, there's someone I'd like you to meet. This is Billy's friend, George. Or Grimy or something.
Pleased to meet you, Grim.
Violent slapstick, essentially. Most of the times, plots are just simple build-ups to ironic or satirical jokes. And when things do get a bit more plot centered and there's more going on, something absolutely stupid happens, and it's the entire reason for the conflict or issue that fuels the episode. But that's sort of what makes Billy and Mandy so great.
That poor mom.
It
yeah.
carried that yin and yang of stupid and brilliant
Bless
so
you,
well
Mom.
that it often bled together. I mean, just look at how they portrayed the Green
And this is
Reaper
where Crail's
himself.
influence came from.
Any other show would either do a generic Vincent Price wannabe, or they would try the whole dude bro style that Family Guy went with. But here, instead, they chose to have Grim be a Jamaican and play fully into those tropical roots.
Death always wins in the end.
Greg Eagles.
Yeah, Mandy influenced my boy Crail. Now show him to you. In one mean wit. I already had the tab pulled up. What am I doing? So yeah, Sid was from Invader Zim as like a random background character. And this is Mandy. He's a little bit of Mandy and a little bit of Jason Griffith era Shadow the Hedgehog. Like, he's a little bit more than that now, but I mean, that was the main influence from him. Yeah.
Does the voice of Grim.
Dying is easy. Comedy is hard.
And I went in and auditioned for the part of Grim. They said they wanted someone to do the Grim Reaper. So I just came up with this deep voice.
Oh, now I'm just dying for revenge.
As the show went on, more overlapping plots and reoccurring characters and parodies of other popular media would become the norm. This thankfully didn't detract from the show's charm, and most times even pushed it further. This is actually where a lot of the iconic characters remembered today came from. Characters like Fred Burger, Nurgle, and especially the best character in any cartoon, Hoss Delgado. A combination of Snake Plissken and Ash Williams. Now, unlike most of the shows I talked about, Billy and Mandy was less focused on being a true satire of culture like Zim, or trying to teach people life lessons the way that Courage did. Rather, Billy and Mandy was predominantly just made to entertain by all means, and for that reason, it aged a lot better than most other shows did. Also, for most people who grew up with it, this was their introduction to Voltaire, so there's also that bit of lore. Now, there's a lot more I could go into here, but Billy and Mandy is my favorite cartoon, so I'm just gonna say, wait, a whole video about this show is coming soon, and there's a lot to talk about.
Making fees.
Now, so far we've talked about mostly classics that are all well remembered, but there were plenty of shows that weren't well remembered, that would just kind of pop up and then disappear without anyone really remembering or noticing. And this isn't exclusive to just the edgy, spooky 3 Edgy 5 Me cartoons either. For every Ed, Edd and Eddy and Fairly Odd Parents, there would be shows like Chalk Zone and My Gym Partner's a Monkey. Now, each one of these that I mentioned was actually decently popular for their time, but for one reason or another, Chalk Zone and My Gym Partner's a Monkey were completely forgotten. So, if that's how the more mainstream shows of the era were treated, then how do you think some of the more niche shows revolving around horror and darkness were treated?
Yep, agreed.
Exactly. They fell into total obscurity, never to be spoken of or remembered again. The most popular of this category would probably be Real Monsters, one of Nickelodeon's older shows, and Mr. Meaty probably would be here too if it wasn't for just how traumatizing it was to kids, and that being why it's remembered. But there were plenty of other shows that could be included here as well, like Ruby Gloom or even Edgar and Ellen. But one of the most obscure yet infamous of this bunch would be the forgotten show, Making Fiends.
Once there was a little girl, a girl girl who could make fiends. She kept the whole town terrified, the girl who could make fiends. Then there came another girl who wanted to be friends. Vendetta cannot stand her, so she plots her end.
Now, out of everything we've talked about today, Making Fiends is the most tame and intended for the youngest audience out of all of these shows. But that's the reason I chose to dig it up and show it off here. Even for media made for the youngest of audiences, the horror, or rather spooky themed genre, was being aimed at little kids. That's how much this whole theme defined the 2000s. So much so
Very
that a
Sid
show
and
like
Crail
Making
coded
Fiends could be created,
plot.
even though its concept was about evil people doing evil things just for the sake of making everybody around them miserable. Now, it's still probably more wholesome than whatever the fuck is being tossed onto the YouTube Kids app, which is saying a lot considering the creator of Making Fiends was part of the original crew who worked on South Park, but I digress. The show was cute and fun, but definitely something aimed at much younger kids, and as such, it lacks a lot of the substance the rest of the cartoons from this genre had. But even so, its art style was a lot of fun, and this remains a testament to just how popular this whole horror concept was. Again, the premise of the show is a little girl oblivious to the dangers around her moves to a town terrorized by a little girl who makes essentially demons and terrorizes everyone with them, and it's implied that she even kills people. But the real reason I actually brought Making Fiends up in this video is not really to talk about it so much, as it is to use it as an example of just how popular children's horror had gotten, but also that by this point we had reached stagnation. Making Fiends is equally famous for its existence as it is for its lack of existence, and what I mean by that is this is one of the hardest shows to get your hands on today. The handful of super fans of the show have archived it on YouTube and the Internet Archive, but outside of
Me
I think
and the
maybe
boys at
one
3 am looking
DVD
for
release,
beans.
Nickelodeon has more or less completely abandoned the show and never really speaks of its existence. And despite its decent popularity back during its time, it's a show that never got a third season and whose second season was mostly just compiled shorts. And that's because the winds of change were blowing. And I guess that really just brings us to our next point here. Stagnation and decay. The things that follow anytime something reaches its endpoint. Like anything that gets popular from a niche, its time in the sun rarely lasts forever, and more often than not, it ends up being forgotten and considered nothing other than a fad. And horror cartoons were just that. They were a fad. As much as me and probably anyone
they
else
were
who
a
was a kid during
lifestyle.
this era loved this style of cartoon, as the 2000s came to a close, so did this era of edge and Halloween worship that had defined the previous 15 years. As we talked about in our previous video about Molgoth, this was the same time that the entire Molgoth era and the emo era was beginning to come to a close, as scene began to eclipse it and
They
shed
were a
its
choice.
goth-clad skin as we began to enter the 2010s. Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon had both become more focused on live-action shows during this time period, with their cartoons of this era being much more lighthearted and colorful as well. And in general, the landscape of media was just changing form. This was the period of time when the dreaded millennial writing trend would start to rear its ugly head, and the indie hipster wave of music and internet culture would begin to take over. But I didn't bring this up just to talk about the stagnation and decay of horror cartoons. Actually, I brought it up because despite the mainstream and the typical media that we consume coming to shed its skin during this era, there was a new form of media that was rising, and despite the changing seasons, was a place where the gloomy side of media would still stand strong. And that was all thanks to a little website that we all know and love. While the mainstream and the big media companies were moving on to greener pastures, the internet was doing what it does best, and that was carrying the full culture of the Western world on its back for better and for worse. A lot of this was thanks to websites like 4chan and obviously Newgrounds, and both of these websites are a little bit too big for the scope of this video, so we're going to focus on the more mainstream side of things when a little website known as YouTube came to be. One of the first big memes on YouTube was Charlie the Unicorn.
Yeah, Candy Mountain, right. I'm just gonna, go back to sleep now.
No, Charlie, you have to come with us to Candy Mountain. Yeah, Charlie, Candy Mountain. It's a land of sweets and joy.
If you don't know what this is, then I'm going to assume that you're either a literal baby or just some hipster that's allergic to the 2000s. Now, Charlie was mostly a harmless nonsense cartoon that very much embodies the time that it came out of. The lol-so-random humor, the sarcastic characters, the annoyance factor, it was all there. And while this doesn't really have much to do with horror cartoons themselves, this was a gateway to them, and the reason why is all due to its creator. Charlie the Unicorn was created by Film Cow, and if you were to jump to their channel, you'd be met with some other cartoons that fit a lot more closely with horror. One of my favorites is The Cloak, a 10-minute show about a Grim Reaper-like figure and a disembodied head with a retractable spine. The entire thing is an over-the-top comedy video showing these would-be creepy figures personified as wacky cartoon characters thrust into ridiculous situations. And it's also very Invader Zim in its approach and sense of humor.
You.
Yes, me. Can I help you?
Are you the CEO of Toy Barn?
That I am. I'm enjoying my window.
And that's what you get. You get my acts of capitalism right in your face.
Yeah, like I said, it's very Invader Zim. But still, it's a lot of fun in its own right. And when I was just a little kid seeing this shit, and not a particularly brave kid, mind you, it demystified what I was seeing with its silliness. I mean, just look at this. It's disgusting, but again, the childish humor and the pure stupidity of it just defangs any real horror or gross out that it could have. It all just numbs you into the violence and horror of it all. But The Cloak isn't actually why I brought up Film Cow. It just happens to be a really good example here. And I also just have no idea if I'll ever have another chance to talk about it. Rather, I brought up Film Cow because alongside his silly videos and occasional dips into darkness like Mittens, he had one video that scared the absolute shit out of me as a little kid.
La 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 la. I love everyone. Yay! La 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 la. Hello, Timmy. I'm Mr. Happyface.
Are you going to be my new friend?
I'm going to cut your throat open and use your blood as syrup on my pants.
This fuck-ass piece of animation is nothing these days.
This fuck-ass piece of animation. He's very opinionated on this. I'm sorry.
Syrup on my pants.
This fuck-ass piece of animation is nothing these days. But as an unassuming child who just watched the pinnacle of cool cartoons in 2008, Charlie the fucking Unicorn, seeing this cynical shit just after, assuming it's going to be another lol-so-random video, was the kind of cynical wake-up call that made me into the prick that I am today. Look, I know I was a complete wuss as a kid, I admit it. But for fuck's
When this video is your villain origin story.
sake, this is how it ends.
I'm cutting you, Timmy. You're so soft. Look how easily my knife is cutting you, Timmy. Your blood is so sweet, Timmy. Taste your blood, Timmy.
And that was just how YouTube and even Newgrounds was during this era. You would get some silly, funny animations only to click on another and be met with something you weren't expecting. The only difference was on YouTube it would be Salad Fingers.
There he is again.
And on Newgrounds it would be a Zone parody turning your childhood memories into fetishes. And speaking of Salad Fingers, that's probably the best place to end things off here. Because Salad Fingers and David Firth's content in general was the logical conclusion to horror cartoons. If you grew up enjoying any of these shows, the black comedy and disorienting and uncomfortable nature of Salad Fingers was the culmination of all of it. It might not seem like that big of a deal today, but back in the late 2000s, Salad Fingers was huge. The gross out, creepy vibe of it just resonated, and its nightmare fuel art style was a perfect blend of amateur and well made, blurring it into this uncanny quality that made it pop even more than if it was super polished. Now, if you have yet to watch Salad Fingers, I won't spoil it here, as it's both a time capsule of a series and just a great watch for anyone who's into any of what we've talked about here today. So do yourself a favor and head over to David Firth's channel if you want to see it. But I digress. This tradition of making edgy, fucked up, and at times horrifying cartoons hasn't been lost to the clean corporatization of YouTube either. It's definitely not as popular or prominent as it was in the 2000s, but I mean, some of the biggest animation channels today are people like Flashgitz or Meat Canyon. And I don't think I really need to delve all that far into those for you to know just how over the top and horrifying both of those channels can get when they want to. I mean, just look at Meat Canyon. The man makes nightmare fuel. It's his thing. And honestly, it's some of the funniest stuff on the platform as well. So while horror cartoons are not nearly the giant or the juggernaut that they were in the past, they are still alive and well today, and you can find them if you go looking for them. I'm only scratching the surface here in this video, but it is a topic that I've wanted to talk about for a while because, well, that's my childhood, and sometimes I like to indulge in a little bit of nostalgia and going down memory lane. So what's the point of this whole video? I don't know, man. It's in the title. I just miss these shows and I miss this style, and I wanted to kind of yap about it for an hour. So I hope you enjoyed, and if you've never delved into horror cartoons, then do yourself a favor and jump into any of the shows I recommended here today. And if you like those, keep digging, because there's a lot of gold to be found in the past. Now, before you go, this is my wall of shame. The list of names who donate and keep this channel running, as if I wouldn't make the videos regardless. All jokes aside, I can't thank them enough for their support. It means the world, and I'm glad to keep entertaining you all. I am working on quite a bit of stuff. Things have slowed down a little bit now that we're past the Halloween season. I tried to get quite a bit of content out for the month. I know this video came, the day after Halloween, but I hope you enjoy regardless. It's almost always spooky season, scary time over here, so it's not like there's much difference with October for me. I just, I like the excuse. So I got plenty more content coming your way, and yeah, if you'd like to support, links to my Patreon are down below, and for a one-time donation, coffee is there as well. But with that being said, subscribe, support me on Patreon, follow me on Twitter, and I'll see you in the next video.
It is getting a little late, so I think I will just go ahead and skip to the animated segment.
Author's note, please write your criticism in the comments. But if you're a hater, then don't write anything. It's my story. If you don't like, don't read. Constructive criticism only, plugs.
Prologue, being the author.
Narrator's point of view.
Hello, and welcome to fanfiction.net. Everyone has a little something creative inside of them, and this is the place to let that something out, whether it's adventure, romance, fantasy, horrible fetishistic lust, a slice of life, or a slice of lung. To make sure you get the most out of fanfiction.net that you possibly can, we created this helpful guide that'll get you started in just 4 easy chapters.
Chat per one, the basils of writing.
Let's start with the basics of writing. Where else would you start? The acidics?
Author's note, this is a chemistry joke. If you do not get it, look it up on Wikipedia.
Remember, tell, don't show. When writing a story, you are a shepherd, and the readers are your dumb sheep. Always explicitly tell whose point of view we are currently in. There's no way a reader could glean this on their own from context clues or pronouns. Having a relatable character is key to writing a story, and who's more relatable than you? You know you better than anyone, and if there's one thing you know about you, it's that you are great. The easiest way to make a main character likable is to make every character in universe love them unconditionally. Character flaws are bad, so make sure your character doesn't have any. Also, make sure to give them a cool power like an evil dark side or omnipotence. Now pick a name. Something handsome. Anything will work. Let's just say, I don't know, first thing that comes to your head. Perfect.
Author's note, if you don't want people to accuse you of writing yourself into the story, then make sure your account name is not the same as your main character, because this happened to me. Fuck you, Nathan from school.
Alternatively, find your inner Japanese name using Babelfish. Pick one with a meaning that matches you, like beautiful, raindrops, or Shadow the Hedgehog. When writing, make sure to keep a sharp eye out for pitfalls like punctuation and hormones. Hormones are important. There's no two ways about it. When in doubt, just put semicolons.
Hormones
everywhere.
are important.
Semicolons are for smart people and only smart people. Use them so your audience will think you're smart.
Author's note, also for kitty feces. Cute with claws and sweet droops.
Proofreading is also very important. Always remember to...
Can't think of ideas. Come back to this section later before posting.
Chaper toi. Destroy content.
To write, you need an idea. If you don't have an idea, that's perfectly okay. You can borrow ideas, plotline settings, characters, and even entire casts. When your creativity runs out, use the work of others to supplement your own, such as A Day in the Life of Franchise, dark and gritty retelling of something innocent, and everyone's favorite, my video game cartridge is haunted? Interesting stories always have a plot twist, and what story has a better twist than Oliver Twist?
Get it?
Or better yet, Oliver Twist, The Twisted Fates, wherein my own original character, Olivier Twist, his sister, is also orphaned, but she's sent to an orphanage in China where she masters their native arts of Kung Fu and Capoeira. And also she's the Jinchuriki and maybe the Messiah, but shh, that's a secret. Now, let's check the reviews. What's this? Someone didn't like your story and they've written down their criticisms? How dare they? How are you ever supposed to get any better if people keep nagging you about what you need to work on? If this criticism is too much for you, then it might be time to step it down a peg. Are fanfiction.net standards just too high for you? That's fine. We'll take it down a notch and instead practice your writing skills on Wattpad. Wattpad is a lot like fanfiction.net, except the age cap for writing a story there is 13, and most of the fictions involve Naruto and or One Direction. Proving the old adage true, Wattpad allows you to add professional-looking covers to your book to disguise its actual quality. You can also post a cast list for when your book gets made into a major motion picture, which will definitely happen. The desire of Wattpad authors to get their books published is inversely proportional to the amount they understand about the publishing industry. Always include handsome, shirtless men in your Wattpad stories. This will get you mad tweenage cred.
Chateau Twee. E-samples.
Now that you know the basics, it's time to get inspired. Take a gander at some of the fabulous examples we've got in our fanfiction library, such as...
Slash fiction.
Oh, here we go.
Size doesn't matter. Lemon, Wii Fit Trainer X Olimar. His penis burrowed deep inside of me, myself losing all senses except desire. Wii Fitness Trainer stared down with her dead, pupilless eyes at her tiny lover, unblinking. Olimar looked back with his Muppet face and did not say any words, because he did not know how.
Okay.
Screamed Ness, who had walked in to see this horrid discourse going on top of his new carpet.
Self-insert yaoi.
Duet. Vocaloid Gekpo Excellent by Marissa Rocks 101. Warning! Yowie! Don't like, don't read. Thanks. Arnar, please.
Yes, you did hear
Gekpo was
Muppet
sitting
Face.
across from Len Kuhn at Vocaloid dinner. Also, there was his best friend, Marissa, me, lol, sitting there. She was the Neko girl. Today was the day he had to tell whether or not his feelings for Len-chan were returned. Kaito-kun, Marissa's boyfriend, was Japanese and cooked them all bento boxes for dinner. Itadakimasu, said Marissa-chan, and her cat ears twatched.
Aw, Marissa-chan is so kawaii,
said Kaito-kun. Bento boxes are Watashi's favorite, Marissa-chan replied, then kissed her on the cheek.
No kissing at the table,
said Meiko. Was that her name? I don't remember. Go man. Sweet Droopy.
Save it for later.
And Meiko gave me a wink. Meiko, you dirty! Get your minds out of the gutter! It was so embarrassing. A vein veined on my head and Kaito got a nosebleed. But I can't stay mad at her because we're Nakama XD.
Len-sama,
there's something I wanted to ask you.
Suddenly, Gakpoo, who had been sitting there silently, also blushing.
Oh, hi.
Said Lendana, who is blushing at him.
Well, do you like me?
He said, looking down. OMG! Seguid me and Kaito, the blood rushing to our cheeks. Which ones?
Stop it.
This was so unexpected. Len blushed.
Gakpoo, I love you.
Then he blushed. We
Then he
call that
blushed.
like an anime when there is a joke or a baka. Len went over and kissed him. Oh!
I'm sorry. I'm a little blush. I need a hot bath to cool down.
Said Len Senpai.
Gosh, I sure hope Gaki-kun doesn't walk in here.
He balked.
Len, are you done yet? Oh my goodness! Oh.
He had walked in on Len taking the bathing. OMG, nose blood.
Stupid. Mine.
Sorry, Kaito-chan. Len sniffed his eggplant hair.
Will you marry?
Sniffed his eggplant hair.
Asked Gimpo. Find out next time. That's it? No, we can't stop there.
But you have to go to bed because you have school tomorrow.
I guess so. My mom can get really angry sometimes. Don't tell my mom. Kaito is always keeping me on the good grades. Sorry, girls. If you want more, then blame Kaito, not me. He's my husband. I have a pillow with him on it.
Now, this next story, I keep quoting this to this day.
Creepypasta.
Continue file 666, recorded from a real blog of a college student before he suicided. I am college student who lives alone in a dorm and got a nostalgia for the good old days. I saw their sale was Pokemon Emerald on Etsy, hipster eBay, so I buy. When I get cartridge, it was Emerald, only black with Skirleton on the front instead of Rayquaza, but with blood eyes. On the file, I am in Elite 4 versus Lance and only have 6 Pokemon in my party. They all unknown and they spell, "You're dead." Pretty suspicion, I think, but probably just something in my eye. The music is Lavender Town, but backways. And when I go fight, he has 666 Pokemon too. He sends one out, and I hear its cry. It turns out it's a Pokemon. They are all my dead girlfriend, but hyper-realistic and blood-eye. It's so scary, you guys, that I throw the PlayStation across the room. Broke the game in half.
That I throw the PlayStation across the room. Broke the game in half. Skirleton on the front.
Next day I get roommate to play. He's like, probably is not that scary. But she turned on the game and the screen was a picture of us. But we were dead. And the scariest part of this story is that we was you and you became Skeleton and wrote this.
Yes.
One direction goes one direction, and that direction is towards my vagina. Ideal cast, One Direction, and me. I am Ali. I am 14, and I am getting a new job. I am getting a new job at a really office building, and I'm hired as the new secretary of Mr. Styles. Who is he? Find out. Chapter 1. My sexy boss is my roommate. Just then, I saw my boss turn around, and it was me, said boss, and he was Harry Styles. Harry? I questioned really loud, and so did my best friend Samantha. Here's my other secretary, Mr. Noitzerid Eno, said Harry Styles. Then out came 4 secretaries, and they were total hotties. Which one is Mr. Eno? Well, I can't decide it, said Ryan Styles, because all of them was my boyfriend. It turned out Mr. Noitzerid Eno was actually a code name that meant One Direction. And now I was going on tour with them. Chapter 2. My sexy band is going on a tour with my boss roommate Am. Hey, you're going on tour with us, said Harry. No way. That was crazy. I am biggest fan. Harry, I made you muffins, said Niall, but that was so not what we were talking about. First, we have to get you a dress for the big coming on tour dance, and everyone's invited, said Liam to me. A dress, I sputtered like a dying putt-putt, but I was fat and have anorexia and low self-esteem. Actually, Niall said, you would maybe look better without the dress. Suddenly, I was naked and Wendy was like all up ons. They were making out with each other, and I got to watch them kiss and touch the butts, and touch my butts. And they licked me the best because I was the prettiest, and was way prettier than Amy at school, who's going out with Nathan. Fuck you, Nathan. Please come back to me.
Fuck you, Nathan from school.
I'd love to write more, but I'm out of ideas. We'll write again when I think of some more. Stay tuned for chapter 4. XOXOXOXOX tilde 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 tilde.
How did I end up here? Laughing all your life.
He blushed. And then he blushed. Sniffed his eggplant hair. Alright, let me pull up a reference really quick before we continue. Just to make sure I'm drawing this right. Where's my ref folder? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. He said while blushing at him. Yeah. Oh my god. Where... I forgot how to navigate through Discord. Okay, here we go. Yep, that seems to check out. Okay. Next animation is a classic. And this guy later went on to storyboard for Bunnicula.
Gosh, Mr. Yes, these bad habits sure are tough to beat.
It's time to take charge of your life, PJ.
I don't know if I have it. Gee, Mr. Yes, I feel I can really walk those bad habits now.
I swear to God, Elo. Health class is such a fat load of tripe. Come on, let's get to the bench. Mama's jonesing.
Oh, hold on, Becky. I can't find my butterscotch.
You taped it to the inner wall with stickers.
Oh!
Why do you have a Big Bang Theory calendar? Did you, like, get it for free?
You don't like Sheldon?
Ugh, boo. You know how I feel about overblown and unrealistic nerd stereotypes.
Hey, Becky, check out my pet bumblebee. Buzz, buzz.
Buzz, buzz.
I'm allergic to bees, you punchline.
Oh, wow, Becky, you sure are hardcore.
Yeah, I'm pretty much the real deal, Elo. And I got no patience for anything standing between us and bench time.
Oh, look, Becky, isn't it Jessie and her friends sitting on your bench? They sure look cozy, huh?
Don't they though, Elo? Don't they? All snugged up over there. I only saw this. The one spot with a window so I can smoke, and far enough away from the insistent student body of freaks.
This is how a Tyrannosaurus would drink his chocolate milk.
Oh god.
I'm not going back to wearing a nicotine patch and a set of earplugs every lunch hour like in middle school. Just like a friggin' Kimberly and her bitch-ass cronies have taken my sanctuary, Ello. My ritualistic altar of rejuvenation. Do you understand? It's my bench, Ello. My bench.
Okay, so you know, let's go ask them to move.
And she wouldn't give me a stick of gum, so I tore out her eyelashes.
So right
You
on.
go, girl. I'm sorry. Did it just get 270 pounds fatter in here? More like 275 at the rate Rolo over there is putting away that butterscotch.
Don't you spit that out, Ello. That's yours to enjoy. So, what the hell's up with this? Scoot.
Oh, Bessie, bless your silly, stupid heart, asking me to move like I was a fox in your hen house.
It's Becky, and I'm not dicking around. You better hightail it stat before this shit gets ugly.
Oh my. Well, it's too bad I already decided I like it here. Yeah. This is ours now. Ours now. And we're just gonna have to learn to accept change. It's a part of life. And besides, I don't see your name on it.
It's carved in the back. Like you, if you don't make like a tree. And get the f off my bench!
Leave it, Becky. Let's go sit by the sawdust barrel in front of the shop class. It smells like pine.
Listen to your sheepdog, Betty. We'll keep this nest warm from now on. Like, chirp.
Don't test me, Jesse. I'll make sure you won't even have an ass to use for stealing benches. Friggin' little queen bee and your posse of tropes. Think I'm gonna roll over and let you get away with it, sister? Oh, hell no. You'll be sitting in that bench over my cold, dead body.
Ew, oh my god.
Dead body. Feels like somebody pinched my neck. Was that you, Colonial Farm Boy? Wait, what? Okay. Stagnant, otherworldly ghost realm. Right. I wonder when the maddening concept of eternity sets in.
Attention students, yesterday, as you may have heard, there was a fatal accident involving one of our own students, so please pay respects at the designated deceased student remembrance wall, where the art club has added a very tasteful poster commemorating the life and death of our young Rebecca Prim. Ashes to ashes, she will be missed. Lunch today will consist of fruit cups and economically sound slugs.
Oh god, why? She was so hot. Goodbye, Becky. You beautiful cinnamon roll. Wow, what a fitting send-off to our dearly departed friend, BB.
I think it was Becky.
Whatever. Gosh, all this morning sure has me exhausted, and I have the perfect place in mind to catch my breath. Come along now, Flock.
The claws.
I think she would have wanted it this way. It's all so much room.
So, Lily Borden. 40 whacks to the head, wasn't it? Seems a little excessive.
One for each day of Christ's final temptation.
Alright, whatever, Fruit Loop. Hey, wait a minute. Something doesn't bode. I don't know, Liz. I'm like really restless and angry for some reason. I feel like I want to sit down. Why doesn't Purg have any benches anywhere? Benches.
It's got a nice dip to it. Well, naturally, it's broken in. That's what happens with so many years of that sit.
Bench! Oh my god. they're still sitting on my bench. Those bitches.
Those bitches.
Getting fresh? Ugh, I'm so sick of this wacky land bullshit. It smells like a library and no one blinks. How the hell did I even get here, Lizzie B? B. Wait a minute. B.
Buzz, buzz.
I'm allergic to bees.
My pet bumblebee.
A creepy little skis and a stupid murder bee. I'm gonna haunt his ass.
Yes! God.
Slippery. Oh. Ghost cough. Wake the fuck up. Fucking little soft monkey shit.
Becky, is that you?
No, it's the goddamn tooth fairy. Listen, you're gonna friggin' pay for what you did to me. Make yourself useful for once in your life.
This is so out of left field. Kind of like that scene in Ghostbusters when Dan Aykroyd is woken by that spiritual vixen and she unzips his pants and...
Oh my god, shut up, nerd. I'm here for your body.
Well, well. Please be gentle.
The first thing that happens. This bit.
Ew. I didn't think it would be this sticky. Oh god. Let's see if this little freak has anything cool to wear. What the fuck?
God.
Reminder to students that prayer before test taking is still considered cheating.
Oh, Becky.
What's up, Hello Jello?
Becky?
Yeah, I know, right? In the flesh. Well, you know, in a flesh. Not a very good one. You better not touch me.
Wow, that's so cool. Oh, wait, what about this Ouija board I bought? I got it so we could ghost chat.
You don't need that shit, Hello. No damn spell check on those things anyways. Alright, come on, let's get to the bench.
You came all the way back from the dead just so you could chill and smoke?
Wow, what do you know? I guess old habits die hard.
Sometimes you just want to lollipop their throat with a gel pen.
Jessica?
Hey, loser. I think you might be in our seat. Pick up your caboose and vamoose.
Why don't you friggin' make me? Starbucks.
Starbucks.
And just who in the jolly shit do you think you are, you horse's ass? You really think you can fill my seat with your social disease?
Oh, I know I can, Jesse. After all, I've been shaping it just so with all that fat set.
Cassandra!
What do you even... God, it's Becky. Just shut up and look at my dad. Oh.
Jessica? Why are we a tree? Shut up, you twigs. Oof. What the barf?
Oh my god, what happened to my 2-inch waist?
You're my bench now, Jesse.
Don't you dare!
My bitch now, Jesse.
Hope you like discounted knockoff brand jeans.
No, those are designer. Fine, well, like, go sit somewhere else or whatever. Cheese and rice, Becky.
Ah, that's right. Walk your skinny ass out of here. You know it's my
Skinny
bitch.
ass.
Forever.
Oh, one of my favorite indie animations. I understand.
Hey, hot stuff. You see something you like?
Here we
I
go.
lost my appetite. Why are you still here?
I think the more appropriate question is why are you still here?
Because you suck at your job?
I suck at my job? I suck at my job. Jonathan, do you really think I suck at my job?
This is Sock. He just killed his parents. In his sleep. Now, of course, most people would be perhaps a little shaken after having just accidentally sleep murdered their parents. But Sock was not most people. See, Sock had been struggling with the overwhelming desire to kill things all of his life. You could say he had some mildly homicidal tendencies. No, what made Sock so uneasy was what he'd have to do next.
Well, old friend, never thought I'd find myself at your business end. Last words, eulogy. I suppose it doesn't really matter. It's not like anyone's listening or watching me right now.
Welcome to hell. Would you like a hand?
Sure. Thank you, sir.
This is my office. Have a seat. Do you know why you're here, Mr. Sawachowski?
Because I killed my parents, killed myself.
Yeah, well, I'd kill my parents too if they named me Sock.
Where's all the brimstone and fire? Why am I not being tortured as we speak, suffering for all eternity?
Oh, don't sound so desperate, kid. See, I'm currently in the process of having hell renovated. Everyone's off the hook right now. The only one suffering is me. Would you look at this place? It's a freaking mess. The gluttons and the lawyers are in the middle of what looks like a turf war. The murderers have been hanging out with the network executives. That simply can't be a good influence on them.
The murderers or the network executives? So, what's gonna happen?
What's gonna happen is I'm gonna make you an offer.
Oh, you mean like a deal with the devil?
I mean like a job offer. Oh, come off it, Sawachowski. I already have your soul. You think I'm gonna challenge you to a fiddling contest or something? Anyway, the truth is, kiddo, you remind me of myself.
Yourself? But you're...
Mephistopheles. Please, call me Mephistopheles.
Those poor murderers.
As long as we're gonna be all buddy-buddy about it, you can call me Sock.
All right, Sawachowski, Sock it is. Okay, then, let me just pull up your file. You know, you'd think being on a separate plane of existence and all, we'd have something a bit more sophisticated than a file cabinet, but you'd be wrong. So, tell me, Sock, how'd you get into the whole killing people thing?
Well, it's kind of personal.
I won't tell a soul.
Well, I mean, it's a long story.
Oh, I've got an eternity.
Do you ever plan to stop responding in clever puns?
When this place freezes over. Aha! Found it. Now, Sock, this demonary position I'm about to offer you is kind of a big deal. You'll be assigned to a human counterpart. It is your job to haunt, torment, pester, and be a general nuisance to this human until eventually he, punches his own ticket. We may be under construction, but we still have a quota.
You mean I get to kill people?
Not exactly. You get to help people kill themselves.
And if I decline your offer?
You won't.
Ah, well, I can't argue with that.
Your first assignment is in there. You work 5 days a week, 9 to 5, and you get weekends off. She only gives Sundays off, you know, and I'm the bad guy. She doesn't even offer dental.
Get paid to haunt people, count me in. Yeah!
Hey, kid.
Why is he ignoring me?
'Cause he's disillusioned with humanity? I mean, he is a teenager.
Can he see me?
He can. They can.
Can he see you?
Nope.
Can he hear us?
He can hear you. You're talking to yourself.
What? Nuh-uh. He's wearing headphones.
What do you want?
I'm a demon, and I'm here to haunt you. Wait, that was terrible. Okay.
So you're really a ghost?
Demon, actually.
Huh.
You should probably just kill yourself. Plus, I've got this neat spooky hole.
Dude, I'm peeing.
What you listening to?
The Howla Soundbox?
Never heard of them.
Seriously? You're unbelievable.
You're late.
I hate you.
You wanna stick something in it?
Kinda. Later.
I just realized I can get into your house whenever I want.
So, how long's it been, Sock? A day? A month? A week? Eh? No, really, the concept of time is something you people made up. I really can't wrap my head around it.
Oh.
Anyway, the point is, I hadn't really anticipated this lasting much longer than like a student thesis film.
Oh, what?
Never mind. So you're really taking your sweet time with this one, huh?
It's been kind of hard.
So, you're not cut out for it? Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean...
So you're stalling because you like the guy?
No, it's not that.
Then what?
It's just that he doesn't even care. He's not affected. I pester him in class until he disrupts everyone. I make him uncomfortable while he's eating lunch. I harass him in the urinal.
Oh, yeah, I saw that little montage. Yeah.
I've got him passing balls to a ghost in gym class.
He's making passes at you?
Everyone's starting to think he's crazy, but it's just not getting to him. Why won't he notice me?
Why are you getting so bent out of shape about this? It's not like there's a deadline. I mean, it just has to happen eventually.
Well, what happens to him when I get him to actually do it?
Well, we're gonna need somebody to alphabetize the Hall of Crippling Phobias for the rest of eternity. Hey, he doesn't have a fear of alphabetizing, does he? Oh, that would be so good.
But what if I can't do it?
Oh, well then you're fired. That wasn't a pun. Well, see you later, Sock.
Jonathan, come on! A little death never killed anybody.
For the last time, stop talking to yourself and get out of my house.
Seen the characters but never seen the show? Yeah, this was made 11 years ago, and then more recently, we finally got an update. And that update is in the playlist, and you can really see the animation improvement. It's still unfinished, but the bits that are finished are really good. My goodness, you have a type?
I'm not sure if I actually believe in demons.
What do you mean? Shut up! Damn! Get out of my stream!
I'm not sure if I actually believe in demons, but for the last week, I've apparently had one haunting me. His name is Sock, and he says his job is to convince me to kill myself. I guess I should be scared, but he's not very good at it. Actually, if there's anything I'm afraid of, it's Sock!
Ouch!
Dude, stay out of my stuff.
Hey, it shocked me.
Yeah, 'cause it's private?
No, I mean like it electrocuted me.
I wish.
I'm serious. Here, I'll show you. Let me see it.
Sock, do you think I'm stupid?
Jonathan, have I ever given you a reason not to trust me? Okay, that's fair. Let me rephrase. If I'm telling you the truth, you get to watch me get hurt. And hey, I mean, that'll be cathartic for you, right? Watching me get hurt?
Okay, here.
I kind of headcanon Sock being a trans boy.
Oh, hey, Jonathan. What's the rush?
Oh, you know, just a guy being a dude. You're home early.
Yeah, I got sent home. This guy got up in my personal space and I just laid him out. Oh, is that your mom? She's pretty hot.
Same guy as last time?
Yeah, he thinks. Must be where you got it from, huh? You definitely got her butt at least.
Maybe if you stop checking me out, you'd be better at your job.
Yeah, you know, I should just say something like that next time. You're so thoughtful. When me and your dad were growing up, you had to either keep your mouth shut or be ready to fight. Talking just wasn't an option. Anyway, you want to watch Hudson's Brook with me?
No thanks. I think I'm just gonna go for a walk.
So, that's your mom, huh?
Sock, I don't trust you with my journal. Why do you think I want to talk to you about my family?
All right, I'm just curious. I figure if we're going to be spending so much time together, we should get to know each other a little bit. Isn't that right, buddy?
First of all, Sock, I don't want us getting to know each other regardless of how much time we spend together. 'Cause I don't know if you remember or not, but you're the guy who's trying to get me to kill myself. So let me make this clear to you. I'm not your buddy, and I never will be.
Oh, wow. Come to think of it, you don't really have anyone, do you? What's that feel like? Knowing you're gonna die alone.
I don't know, Sock. You tell me.
For the last time, the janitorial staff is supposed to be restocking the residents' bathrooms with not toilet paper, duct tape. It's better. I know it's been rough with the old torture system being down right now, but trust me, Tom, when this personal hell system is fully operational, it'll all be worth it. No more fire and brimstone. It's passé, it smells bad, and the Yakuza treat the place like it's a spa. The new system will be entirely customized, self-generated torture from the ground up, catered to the individual. Are there still bugs in the system? Yes. Do I wish I could just snap my fingers and will it into existence like Miss, ooh, look at me, I created everything in 7 days.
Yakuza mentioned.
Jonathan just shuts down every time I try to talk to him. It's like he doesn't trust me or something.
Sock, I'm kind of in the middle of... Okay, you know what, fine. Good meeting, Tom, but I gotta talk to Mr. Protagonist over here, you know, about his feelings or something. Thank you, Tom. Keep up the good work.
Well, he's smart not to. I mean, you are the guy that's trying to get him to kill himself.
Well...
Unless, you know, you're giving them the old extend an olive branch of friendship and then yank it away at the last second so that they realize that the foundation upon which they build their entire relationship with you is an absolute sham routine. Classic. Gets him every time.
I mean, like, he has this journal, okay? And I picked it up to read it, and it shocked me.
Well, yeah, because it's private.
No, I mean, like, it electrocuted me.
Well, you know, that's what happens when you forget your DTF.
My what?
You know, your demon tactility physics. Oh, you know what? My bad. I guess I forgot to tell you. There's this whole system of ethereal physics that demons are bound by. Now, I know what you're thinking. That sounds stupid and convoluted. Anyway, it's right there in your employee handbook.
Employee handbook? You never gave me a... Ah!
Hey, look at that. Your first demonic possession.
Humans and demons exist on different planes, separated by a spiritual boundary.
The boundary is malleable and can be distorted by emotion. A demon may be able to touch a human
or their possessions if the human allows it. If the human changes their mind at any time, the boundary closes back up, and the demon may experience an unpleasant sensation similar to an electrical shock. Well, that explains that.
Hey.
Ah! Jeez, Jonathan!
What's this you're reading?
Yeah, it's my employee handbook.
Oh, interesting. I bet there's a lot of classified stuff in here that's none of my business, huh?
Yeah, probably. So give it back.
Nah, I think I'll hold on to it. Give it a little read, level the playing field. Let's see. Dealing with your newfound salt allergy.
Jonathan!
Backmasking classic rock records.
Come on!
Oh, this sounds important.
Jonathan, if something happens to you...
Theory of narrative causality.
Jonathan?
That sounded like a body.
Oh no! Oh god! Oh no! What did I do?
Oh no, oh god, oh no, what did you do?
Mephistopheles!
Whoa, whoa, slow down. What do you mean? He killed himself, right? Your job's done. We'll get you a new one. What's the problem?
No! He just grabbed the employee handbook and started reading, and then he...
Wait, what?
Jonathan? Is everything okay? I thought I heard something.
What are we gonna do?
Well, I got an idea, but it ain't gonna be pretty.
Hey, I'm coming in, okay?
Hey, Debbie. Mom. Mom. Hey, Mom.
You good?
Oh, yeah, you know, just a guy being a dude.
All right. Sounded like you dropped dead.
Boss?
Okay, this is bad. I don't know how to puke.
You okay, boss?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm falling a lot further than this, kid.
Jonathan. Hey, Jonathan. Sock knows about your pressed flower collection.
Most of them are weeds. Where am I?
You're where you belong now.
Look, I'm not into riddles. Just tell me who you are.
You need me to spell it out for you.
You came into my world.
And that was part 1. We don't know when we're getting part 2.
You took my hand, I felt so strong. When I saw myself in your sky blue eyes, the more I looked at you, the more you smiled at me. The more we talked, I lived my sweetest dream. I tried to turn my head, I tried to close my eyes. It was only you that I could see, and then I realized I will never be your friend. I will never be your friend. Life has always been worse.
Yeah, I really like the series.
I feel so sad, I just pretend. I just pretend. You are so close, but so far away from me. And I will never be your friend. I will never be your friend. Life has always been worse than it seemed. I feel so sad, I just pretend. I just pretend. You are so close, but so far away from me.
I have a video further down the list, but I'm gonna play it because I don't know how much longer Enip can stay. Let me see if I can move it within the playlist. Yes, I can. Yes. Alright. See if you can recognize the voice in this next one.
Okay, so 1 stick of butter is gonna be
$1.50, please. Here you go, dude.
I wonder who that is. Even kind of looks like him. Yeah, I figured you might have seen it already. What's up, everybody?
Okay, actually, I'm going to need more of that butter. Give me, like, 3 more sticks. Hmm?
Oh, sure. Doing some serious baking, huh?
Oh no. Something much better.
Okay. What a weirdo. Yeah.
Hey! Sorry, it's me again.
How can I help you?
I need more butter. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, dude, listen, just listen. You gotta give me like a whole wheelbarrow full of butter sticks.
Wow, dude, wow. You are seriously creeping me out. You gotta calm down. What in the hell are you even doing with all this butter?
Come with me. I'll show you.
Crap, what should I do? I don't want to follow this weirdo anywhere. Who knows what's up with him? But if I don't know what he's doing with those butter sticks, it's gonna keep me up at night all week. Yeah, okay, I guess.
All right, here it is.
Yeah.
The fuck? What the What in the fresh titty is in that hole?
Oh, I have no idea. But it fucking loves butter.
What in the fresh titty is in that hole? Sure, what? Oh yeah, it's coming. And there he is. He broke his spine. A break from story narrative with a animation meme I like.
We could leave the lights on, suntan. We could get lunch. Oh man, I think that I like you. Yeah, but something bugs me about the way you lick your envelope. So I'm out on the block again, so popped up that I can't pretend.
Yeah, this is supposed to be lesbians, but I did notice the one was a girl at first.
I know it's in the given the whole truth. Yeah, what can you say? I never read the package anyway. I'm out on the block again, so popped up that I can't pretend. Stay friends, problem that you can't defend. Hands up, you're okay. It's hard to break the day. Stay friends, problem that you can't defend. I'm out on the block again, so popped up that I can't pretend. Stay friends, problem that you can't defend. Hands up, you're okay. It's hard to break the day. Stay friends, problem that you can't defend.
Yeah, and then there's the fan art.
We could leave the lights on, suntan. We could get lunch. Oh man, I think that I like you. Yeah, but something.
Just the random spike in audio.
Hey little girl, you look so nice in a pretty red dress with those pretty black eyes.
Hello, Mr. Wolf. Oh, what a surprise to find you here so deep in the night.
My dear little girl, what's the rush? How about supper? Just the two of us.
Oh, Mr. Wolf, you want me to stay, but I fear we'll regret it one day. I have the thing you love.
Yeah, I love this one.
But the need in me is way too much. If I open wide, one of us may get lost inside. Me or you. One of us is going to need to die.
My dear little girl, just a bite, and you will be consumed with delight.
Oh, Mr. Wolf, my hunger is real, but they say there's more to love than a meal.
The old and upright, what do they know? I'm all appetite, you'll help me to grow.
Oh, my love, I want you to, but my desire may prove your doom. You have the thing I love, but the need in me is way too much.
Neckbeard Wolf, you be nice to him.
Open wide. One of us may get lost inside. Me or you. One of us is going to need to die.
If
I taste you, will we know?
if
Love kills or makes you whole. Tears you open, takes you home.
Making fun of the hat. Stop it. I wanted all these to still be somewhat horror related. So yeah.
That's the thing I love, but the fear in me is way too much. If I open wide, one of us may get lost inside.
You love. You die.
Oh, yes.
Alright, so we're gonna play something for day 5 of this. I have something kind of spectacular planned. Y'all remember Power Drill Massacre? Well, the creator behind that, I forget what they're called, but they made a sequel, sort of a spiritual sequel, I guess, and it's called Nun Massacre. You might think you're killing nuns. No. The nun is killing you. It sounds like a real hoot. Let's do this.
Nun Massacre. For best results.
No, not the Wasp
Fight
video.
alone in the dark. Play as if your life is actually at stake. What?
I almost
like the game is real.
I almost put the Wasp video in here.
Hey, what's that
But I
one movie
won't.
with
Nun
what's her name? Whoopi Goldberg. What's that movie with, like, she's like a singing nun and she has to like kill terrorists? Sister Act. I don't think that was the plot of the movie. What's that? A letter, huh? Dear Mrs. McDonnell. I think it said McDonnell. I hope this. I didn't click. What the absolute fuck is going on? Oh no. Oh no. What have I done? Go home. I can't go back. Okay. It's actually.
Oops, I didn't mean to pass her. I was actually there for one of his live streams, and I find out later he had to reanimate this entire bit where he's walking through the woods because he lost the file for it. Like, it got deleted somehow. So he had to redo this entire section. Also, this is the same animator who is working on the series Monkey Wrench, for those who don't know.
What have I done? Go home. I can't go back. Okay. It's actually kind of like scary. Oh no. You know what's the most fascinating thing about Whoopi Goldberg is? Now you notice she doesn't have eyebrows, right? That's fine. She's a beautiful lady. But what's interesting about her is, like, you see, if Whoopi Goldberg had eyebrows, it would look like this. And I'm not so used to that idea. Maybe this whole game is just Whoopi Goldberg is going to steal.
I feel that.
Steal my eyebrows. I'm sorry. The only thing that keeps me, like, not shitting my pants right now is the thought of Whoopi Goldberg sneaking around in the woods, just around the trees, going back when I see her.
Give me your eyebrows.
I see you, Whoopi. Is the entrance? Hey, it is a Sunday, so we're going on to church. Get out? Yes.
Get out? Yes.
The moment a fucking screaming nun is gonna come at me with a knife and go, "Arr!" I think my soul will just escape my ass. So just, bye. What's in here? A lighter. Did I have anything in the bathroom? Mario says to wash your foreskin. Seems to be hide. Oh, it's one of these games. Oh.
I love Joel. He's so
Shit,
funny.
though. Oh shit though.
I'm coming for the eyebrows, brows.
Whoopes, is that you?
Oh lord. That is not a good noise. It just isn't.
What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that?
Hide underneath the bed. This game is actually like making my skeleton pop out. Seriously, this game is so fucking scary. It's unbelievable. Is she here? Or is she upstairs? Shut the door. I'm gonna have nightmares tonight after this game. See, I'll pretend I'm a demon and I'll scare her, you know?
Whoopie, no, those were my eyebrows.
Fuck, that's loud! You guys hear that? You guys heard that?
Joel is so funny. God. Yeah, I watched him actually play it too, and it was pretty entertaining. Okay, what do we have next?
Back in the summer of 2016, I got my first job at 18 years old. I was excited about the work, but not about the commute. Without traffic, it was a 30-minute drive both ways, and I normally got off work around midnight, and the last thing I wanted to do was drive a half hour to get home. During the first few weeks, I was still getting used to my new routine, and one of the first things my mother told me was to keep an eye on my gas tank, and if I ever needed more, I should leave early and stop on the way, but never on my way back. I understood her concern. I was a petite 18-year-old female, and I looked even younger. But being who I was, I half forgot, half ignored that advice. And one night on my way home, I realized I legitimately didn't have enough gas in the tank to get me to my exit. I pulled into the first station I could find, not caring about the brand or the cost of the gas. I decided to make it as quick as possible, and only put in about $10 worth, just to get myself out of there. I swiped my card and began pumping gas, and once it got to the $10 mark, I shut it off and printed out my receipt. Thinking the worst was behind me, I was about to climb back into my car and book it home, when a voice came from the tiny intercom above the pump. Ma'am, there was a problem with your credit card payment. I paused and glanced at the guy at the counter, and felt a chill spiral down my neck. He was one of those tall, gaunt, sketchy-looking clerks.
Ew. Ina, before you leave, can you get that bot out of here?
Come inside. I stepped back towards the gas pump and pressed the button on the intercom. What's wrong with my card? I have a receipt. It went through just fine. I didn't try to hide the annoyance in my voice. I didn't like the look of this guy, or the way he sounded. I just need you to come inside, ma'am. Your receipt is incorrect. I'm going to need to run your card in here, he replied, a bit too quickly. I looked back at the guy through the window in frustration. There was no way I was going in there, where I would be alone with him. He was staring at me wide-eyed, like some kind of creep. I stood my ground, pulled out my phone, and checked my credit card app. I held it up stupidly as if he could see it from there, and I pressed the intercom button again.
Guards, get his ass!
I see it on my statement. I'm not coming in. Ma'am, if you attempt to leave, I'll call the police. I have your tag number. Please come inside. I then shouted at him from across the parking lot instead of pressing the intercom. Over $10 of gas, you're gonna call the cops? Fuck you. I'm leaving. I walked a few steps around my car and gave him the finger. I was just about to walk back around my car and climb into the driver's seat when I paused. He was mouthing something to me through the window. I would have ignored it, but he suddenly looked much more desperate than creepy. He kept beckoning me forward and calling out something that I couldn't hear through the window. I must have made a weird look, because 5 seconds later he slammed a piece of paper on the window where he had hastily written, "Guy in your car." I booked it inside the station, and once I was there, the clerk locked the door and told me to get down. He had his eyes on my car and had a gun in his hand. I squatted down behind the counter and watched the security cameras as a tall guy in sweatpants and a windbreaker nudged my back door open, slid out quickly and jogged away into the night. I started freaking out. Turns out the clerk had noticed the guy hanging around the side of the building on the monitors. And as soon as I pulled in, he made a beeline for my car. He crouched down and opened the door, and slid himself inside as I was swiping my card, being careful not to close the door all the way behind him, so that I wouldn't hear anything. The clerk had noticed all of this on the camera, and immediately called the cops, who arrived.
Our economy's a mess.
They searched the area and my car, but were not able to locate the guy, or anything that would lead back to him. The gas station clerk probably saved my life, because who knows what would have happened if I had driven off with that stranger in the back seat. I think the lesson here is obvious. It's not enough to be cautious, you have to stay alert as well. Be suspicious but not stupid. And always listen to your mom.
Be suspicious but not stupid. There's your no sleep for the night. Color warning. Obligatory Mad Rad video. Chat's going wild! Yeah. They have a lot of Mad Rad videos. I couldn't decide which one. I decided to go with this one. Hey, Enid, this one's for you.
Rockin' Stone, yeah!
She was perfect from what I could tell. How could I not see the danger right in front of me? My favorite food is fish. Baby, that's my favorite too. I love cartoon dogs. Baby, I love Scooby-Doo. Hey girl, what's your favorite film? She said the best movie of all, a masterpiece of art. Human centipede, human centipede. I think that I'm gonna get murdered tonight. Human centipede, not ironically. She said the costume design was
being summoned.
I think, holy shit, I'm gonna be the main course. She said, I admire the narrative of character growth. I try to get the waiter's attention by blinking in Morse code.
Why are you blinking so much?
I've got something in my eye.
Here, let me get it out.
No, thank you. I don't want to die. Bonjour, sir was blinking at me. Is this because your date is a freak? No. Very good then. Bon appetit.
Stop hiding behind your silly made-up red flag. Do not take a chance on the best relationship you never had.
Maybe you're right and I'm looking for excuses. My heart's got bruises, but I'm ready to choose this life.
You can be the love of my life.
One day we'll get married and be husband and wife, with a tasteful ceremony and the wedding of our dreams.
Only if the wedding's the
The gaslighting crazy.
Tell me what the thing's gonna be.
human centipede, human centipede. We could save on the catering bill. Human centipede, only one mouth to feed.
If you are the best man, you know the deal.
Pucker up.
I can finally open myself up to love.
I can finally sew a mouth to a bud.
Human centipede.
Human centipede.
What do you mean gaslighting? I thought it was a sweet story. I'm like, yeah, it's weird at first, but then you realize, I mean, it's an innocent interest and doesn't define them as, like, actually being a danger. I thought it was cute. What's after this one? Oh, okay. Another animation meme. Uh-oh. My bad.
Baby hotline, please hold me close to you. Baby flatline, still
I mean, I guess.
Baby snack time, chow down to her. She's a hoarder of quarters. No boundary boredom, no boundary in boredom. I can tell that your drinking eyes never open. I and say somebody will die, and I hate hoping. Wishing that the pills let you cry, and I hate hoping. Someday I will go back outside and see her okay.
Love a good off animation. Oh, now this one's on a more serious topic, but I love the animation and the story. So I threw that in. We're actually like near the end of the playlist. There's just one more after. And then I'll call it.
Je 8. Já ještě nemám doma co z matiky. Sorry. Tak zítra? Čau.
The music is very needy streamer overload. I'll link it to you so you can watch it properly later. This 19-year-old is asking this 13-year-old to draw NSFW for him. Furry NSFW. Yeah. always a furry. You see the sparkle dogs in the beginning? So they don't want to look it up and taint their laptop history. So they're trying to get real life reference.
Máš doma co? Dáš opísať? Aj, nájdi si. Ty čo máš tu?
And now the guy's like, I'm in the hospital. Where? I had an epilepsy seizure. I almost died. But I'm glad you're talking to me. Anyway, did you draw my thing yet? I'm in the hospital, only boobs will fix type shit. Yeah, exactly, that critical video where he's like reading a creepy text message. Dude, you said you're in critical condition and are about to die. Hospital only 4 miles away.
Má už někdo trojku? Áno?
Laura si kreslí.
Ukáž zošit.
Teacher, she's drawing in class.
Môže si kresliť ďalej.
Teacher of the year, she actually lets her keep drawing because she's doing her work. I can't do this, I'm sorry. ... I knew it. Traitor. You already got the picture. Fine, you want me to upload everything you sent me? Your friends know your DeviantArt, right? You promised to delete everything! You're the fucking traitor. It's just a picture. Send it today and I delete it. Your choice. If that evil bastard, yeah, agree. Here, I hope you're happy. Yes, I love it. I'm sorry for yesterday. My sickness makes my mood bad. It's okay. I love your art so much. You improve so fast. Epilepsy warning coming up. Ironically. Intentionally. I know you'll hate me, but... Can I ask for one more request? No, fuck you. Alright, now this part is amazing! Oof. It's a rough one. It's a rough one. But amazing animation and story. Relatable as well. And this is our last one for tonight, also kind of in the no sleep category.
There's a man in the woods. What a spectacle. Before the story started, this school was still respectable. My students used to skip down the hill to the honeysuckle, pluck a couple, and collect their nectar till they picked their fill. Except one obnoxious kid, Sid, who just watched them eat the flowers while he seethed and scowled because he couldn't bear to share his sweet treats throughout our recess hour. I remember Sid saying, "There's a man in the woods."
My boy would
That's
never.
how the rumors began. Of course, Sid had spotted him first. The poor kids. He got him immersed in his spiel about a serial killer whose gun barrel glint hints at peril. A visit to the nurse, or worse, a hearse waiting just beyond the dale. The children saw him everywhere. "Look, over there. That man had Batman ears. We swear. And crazy yellow eyes. We saw something rusty. His shotgun? It must be. I saw a lady's severed thigh." Trust me, every word I heard was absurd. Yet each day Sid would stray down way past the playground. Who else was brave enough to save us from the killer's next plot? The rest of the lot would stop back at the blacktop, sure that any closer they were bound to be found deep in the woods, left to rot. I pleaded for the kids to think and learn to be mature, but after a few more rumors doomed my attempts to prove the school was secure, their fear was undeterred, and when the buses drove them all home, the parents finally heard. Everything just blew up. I received a wall of emails and calls full of shrieks, wails, and all from terrified families who'd heard word of the murderer and didn't like my lack of action at all. What was I supposed to do? Comb the whole forest? Yeah, right. Would you? That means I didn't care? That's not fair. The stories that worried you weren't true. Of course I would feel regret had there been a real threat and I ignored it, and some poor kid got kidnapped while the kids were napping. But you couldn't admit that your good little kid would formulate a fib, so you ignored what I said. Your little angels could never cook up such incredible creations and overact child neglect from the outset? Now who's in control of your classes? Single file lines? Single file lines, little vile swine, a killer by the pines. Really? Are you blind? Will you find your spines? Sid, a child decides to fill our minds with lies, and the next thing you see is people treating me like I'm committing crimes. I was in my prime. Those kids were lucky to have me. Do you see what you did? But I can play along. I can be good. Do you hear that, Sid? There's a man in the woods.
Whew. Amazing story. Amazing. Uh-oh, did we lose connection? Really?
Service!
Hmm. It says I'm still going. I don't know. Okay, that was weird. Well, sorry about the weird delay. Yeah. Anyway. I will end it here. I was gonna end it here anyways. There's quite a delay on the stream, but you'll see this bit eventually. Ah, that sucks right at the end. Oh well. It's getting late. Thank you all so much for watching and sticking with me for this long. We made a lot of progress. I could have been a lot faster, but well, I don't know. I was kind of watching the videos with you guys, so that was kind of another reason. Doing more art on Wednesday, just like personal stuff. I'll probably line one of my comics or something. And then with Saturday, just the typical art stream for commissions and stuff. I'll see you next time.